Thanks, Lewis. So we'll get started with the regular Okanagan Regional District of Okanagan-Smilkameen Board meeting for the day. Any items on the consent agenda that anybody wants to move into the regular portion of the meeting for discussion? Now is the opportunity to do so or make that request. I'm not seeing any hands on that, so looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? That motion carries. That brings us down to consent agenda, corporate issues. Looking for a motion on that one. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? That motion carries. That brings us straight into development services, building inspection. I'll go to the CAO for the first item.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of this report is to seek direction from the Regional District Board regarding enforcement against the property owner of number 17174 Gallagher Lake Road, Oliver, legally described as Lot E, District Lot 285. As in regards to placement of a structure without a building permit, there should be a staff recommendation on the board that you will be able to consider. And there is no PowerPoint presentation, but staff is here to answer any of your questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Chahal for this one. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I would like to move the administrative recommendation.
Okay, moved. Is there a seconder? Thank you.
I'm going to have to read it.
I believe we'd also normally ask if the owner or applicant in this situation from 174 Gallagher Lake Road is either in the room or online. If they'd wanted to address the board, now would be your opportunity to do so. I'm not seeing any hands on my screen. Am I missing anybody, Lewis? No? Okay, we'll put it back to the board. We've got the motion on the floor. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. Item B2, CAO.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of this report is to seek direction from the Regional District Board regarding enforcement against property of number 10, 7080 Glenford Road, legally described as District Lot 2711. And it's in regards to placement of a structure without building permit. And again, the staff recommendation will be on the screen for you to consider.
Okay, I'll go to Director Federico. Direction on this one.
Thank you, the chair. I might move alternative number 1, just place a notice of deficiency on folio and abandon further enforcement action.
Okay, is there a, you're moving that is the alternative. Is there a seconder? It's on the floor. Again, we would normally ask if the applicant is in the room or online and wanted to address the board. Now would be the opportunity to do so. I'm not seeing any hands. Again, am I missing anybody? Lewis or Adam? No? Okay. Discussion, Director Taylor.
To staff, I'm just wondering, it looks like a drain pipe coming out the back of the picture there. There's a white PVC back left corner.
Oh, that's just laying
there. And I'm just wondering, is there drainage coming from this structure? It's easier to see when you can stretch it, you know, try that on your piece of paper.
Okay, over to staff.
We can't confirm that. We haven't been inside, so it's hard to say. The owner did submit that they would be looking to install a compliant septic system by, I think, summer of 2026, but again, we don't have all the details.
Okay. Any further discussion on this one? Go ahead, Director Roberts.
Yeah, thanks to the chair. It is a challenging thing, but we're also looking at these different housing issues. So a lot of times it's, you know, this person went and slid off onto Crown land and all of a sudden we couldn't, they'd be there, but now they're on private land. So it's how do we make these situations safe? What are the, you know, the ways that we can look at whether or not they're RVs, yurts, but a lot of people are now living in these types of systems. So how do we make these systems safe? I like the fact that something's on title there for right now. It would be good to have it sussed out in the future in regards to septic though.
Just to be clear, this wouldn't be a notice on title. This would be a notice on the RDOS's files. Slightly different, but Director Taylor and then Coyne?
Yeah, personally, I got some reservations about just having it on our file because people don't know that unless they, and you know, I mean, theoretically, they should request a comfort letter, do all their due diligence. It's not common, whereas a note on file, it actually, they're gonna see it. A notice on title, they're gonna see it.
Okay, I had Director Coyne and then Monteith.
I mean, I agree with the motion that's on the floor. I mean, people have been living in yurts for 3,000 years. It's not like they're not safe. It's not like they're not proven. Put a notice on title that there's a yurt on the title. They sell the lot, they take their yurt and they move. Like, I don't know what you're gonna put a notice on that they're living in a yurt on the property, then it's gone. It's, it's a home that can be picked up and moved. It's a proven thing. I mean, they're one of the oldest forms of housing in the world that people continuously have used. So I support the motion. I mean, maybe we could add to it that they need to put a septic in like they said they were going to. I mean, that would be maybe a good compromise, and then we at least know that that's there for the future. And it does increase the resale value down the road.
True enough. Director Monteith?
Director Coyne stole my thunder, so that's exactly what I'm going to suggest, that we amend it to include an approved septic system. Otherwise, we're giving them the green light to continue as is and no assurance that they're actually going to build on the property.
So are you making an amendment or moving an amendment?
I would like to.
You're free to do that. We'll see if it goes. So moved an amendment to have a septic system, approved septic system installed. Okay, and it is seconded. Any discussion on the amendment now we'll deal with? Director Coyne?
Just to staff, what was the date that they said they would put it in by?
Spring of 2026.
I just think maybe if they gave us a timeline, we should add that to their condition.
Yeah, that's kind of I'll consider it a friendly amendment. Do we want to put a specific date rather than just spring, say
Maybe,
June or something?
yeah, I think June would be, we don't know what the building season is gonna look like this year.
Yeah, who knows? We may get winter in June. Okay. Any more discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the amendment. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That amendment carries. Now back to the motion as amended. Any further discussion there? Seeing none, we'll call a question on the motion as amended. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to B3, another building bylaw infraction, CAO.
The purpose of this report is to seek direction from the Regional District Board regarding the events against property at 541 Sang Ang Way, legally described as Lot 5, Plan KAP 32497, and it's in regards to expired building permit for a single-family dwelling. Staff's here to answer questions, no PowerPoint.
Okay, I'll go to Director Coyne Senior. Direction on this one?
Yeah, I'd like to make the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, you're moving it. I see a seconder. It's on the floor. Any further discussion? Director Taylor?
Just question to staff or the director, do we need any timeline for, like, I understand there's a completion inspection required? Is there a way of having some kind of timeline for that?
I'll let staff answer that, and then I neglected to check with the owner in the room portion. So answer the question first, and
So with the notice on title, there would be no timeline. It'd be up to them when they want to remove it to be motivated to complete the work that's needed to be done. If we went through a court injunction process, which isn't the recommendation right now, then the timelines could be mandated.
okay, follow up to that, Director Taylor.
So if we could have an alternative where we were going for injunctive action as well by such and such a date if a completion inspection wasn't completed by that date. Is that correct?
Well, if it isn't brought up to the code or standards that we require, I think that would be the case, but go ahead, staff.
Yeah, that could be an amendment if you wanted to make it that, but that would be up to the board to decide. Our recommendation right now is a notice on title.
Okay.
We've been through the building and feel a notice on title would be sufficient, and we'd also refer it to the BC Technical Safety for their aspects.
Okay. And generally, all the others were asking if the applicant is in the room or online and wanted to address the board. Now would be the time to do so. I see hands, sir. If you could just come up to the table here, and they're right at the front there. They're giving you a spot. The one with the little green light on, the microphone's ready to go.
Yeah, okay, now I've never been here before. The drainage on the house has been done. We don't need a geotech to get water 60 feet from the house. Right? And what other inspections are there required? We didn't ask for a completion permit. My wife phoned to get a building permit extended, but was sold the wrong one. So where do you want us to go from here?
That's not a question you'd be asking the board. That would be a discussion with staff on how to proceed with it, but
Yeah, you guys, I mean, we don't know what you guys want. I mean, you get a geotech in on a piece of flat land that digs a 6-foot hole, puts in 80 ton of rock in that, and now you want drainage around the house. And we have drainage around the house. It's off the roof and it goes out into the grass field 60 feet from the house into a treed area underneath the driveway. Which all should have been done at the time of the backfill into the foundation. Right? So like I said, what do you want us to do now? We followed every rule you guys put out there and we still haven't got nothing.
okay, well, that will just require a further discussion with staff as to the specific details. If there's something else you wanted to give us for information?
On what? The house itself?
Not necessarily the house itself, but the motion as it stands is to put a notice on title that, as it states on the screen there in front of you, that certain works have been undertaken on the lands contrary to the regional districts.
Okay, what work
building
has
bylaws.
been done that you guys are talking about?
That's what would require the discussion with staff. So, so if you've nothing further to give the board, I will.
No, I don't know what you're asking for.
Okay, well, I'm going to just ask the board if they have any questions for you. Otherwise, I think you do need to have the discussion with staff as to what is required. No questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you, sir. The board will consider the motion as it stands. Any further questions for staff? Director Bush?
Can we ask staff to answer his question?
By all means, we can ask that. I'm sure they have an answer.
Yeah, so we have a list here. So they did retain a geotechnical engineer. So the way that works is they submit a Schedule B. They'll be taking on the job. I believe it was for bearing capacity, probably for drainage as well. That's pretty typical. I'd have to go through the exact details, but we'd need the CB, which is them basically giving their assurance that the job's complete. So it's the final
That
sign off.
from the
Geotechnical
engineer? Okay.
Yeah, so that's that detail. Letter of certification for the septic system is a document that we need, so that's their final sign off from the septic installer. Final declaration from BC Technical Safety, that's from the electrician. Final declaration for the gas installation from BC Technical Safety, mechanical ventilation checklist. So that's just making sure that the ventilation inside the house is set up properly. They've gone over the appropriate, basically it's a calculation through volume to make sure that it's, the plumbing test certificate. So that's the plumber certifying they did the standing water test, and then an affidavit from the plumber. So within that test certificate, there's an affidavit where they sign off on it saying it meets the current code. I believe there was a fallout between the contractor that kind of led us here. I don't know if, do we keep going through? Is that enough?
Sufficient, I suspect. Director Coyne?
The geotech, why would a geotech be required at that location? That's, is that something we do everywhere, or is it just, like, how do you come up with that?
Go ahead, Steph.
Yeah, so if we bring in fill, and if the house is gonna be brought in on fill, then we need to make sure the bearing capacity meets code. If it's on undisturbed soil, so if you excavate it, it is what it is, you compact it, then we generally wouldn't. But in this case, I believe some fill was brought in which would require geotech. So geotechnical related issues are, I believe they still are the #1 liability against local governments.
So how
Follow
much,
up, go ahead.
how much, like, is there a threshold for fill? Because like, I'm kind of like,
You could probably get
Trying to
away
figure
with
out-
one lift, like one lift. So usually you compact in 1 foot to 2 foot lifts, you could get away with that. With this one, I believe the inspector, I'd have to go through the exact details, noticed fill was brought in. So at that point, we require geotech to certify it. It's very standard practice.
It sounds like the geotech was there. It just hasn't received the assurances from them.
We haven't got the final sign off.
Yeah. Director Bloomfield?
Thank you, and through the chair, I note on the report that that the new home warranty was pulled on this project, on this house, and I'm just wondering what the implications of that are from a building inspection point of view. Does it make it more difficult, or is it, you know, from our perspective, what does that mean?
Okay,
When
goes
it's
to
pulled.
staff.
So I believe it has changed under the new building act, or the new building bylaw, we can post a stop work order. When this was being constructed, we did not have that ability. So basically we just require the home warranty at the start, and then it's up to the provincial body to do their own enforcement. It's since been downloaded. So this has been kind of found in a transition.
Caught in the middle. Okay. Okay, Director Taylor, question?
So I guess my question is, how does this get us through to getting all our paperwork completed and all the inspections completed so that the next person can come along and buy it and know that they've got a fully inspected home? And that's where I see value in looking at the third option, which is looking at injunctive action if this isn't completed by such and such a date. So that's a question I have for the director in the area. But if you've evaluated that and you feel that you're comfortable with it the way it is, then that's fine. But I just see we're kind of just kicking it down the road.
The way we, as a board, deal with these is there's the 3 categories. And this one falls into the second, I believe, which is a notice on title only. It's not classified at this stage as the health and safety risk, which bumps it up to the injunctive action. There's always the option of changing that from the board's point of view if they see the need, but that wasn't the recommendation. I'll have to let Director Coyne answer it from his point of view.
Yeah, so this house, as Mark had pointed out, that they've been through it. There's no safety hazards. There's lots of unfinished paperwork that needs to be done. By having the notice on title, that's going to put a little more pressure on the homeowner to get it done. Because if they want to sell it, they're going to have to do all of that stuff at that point in time to be able to sell it. Because the banks won't lend money on a house that's got the notice on title on it. So it will eventually take care of itself, whether these owners deal with it or it happens when they sell it, it will eventually get dealt with. But at this point in time, I believe that this is plenty adequate for what this scenario is. Thank you.
Okay. I'll follow up with Director Coyne.
So sounding by the sounds of what you've said, where you've got in the house and you've looked around, and it does sound like it's just a paperwork issue. And from the homeowner, it sounds like, I mean, he's frustrated. He doesn't seem to understand what you guys are asking for from him. So, I mean, I'm okay with this because all it is a notice. It's not really going to hamper him from living there and doing what he needs to do to get the work done. And then it can be removed once all the paperwork is finalized. And then there won't need to be injunctive action or any of that stuff because it looks like he's got a pile of paperwork there that he can probably give.
Excuse me, we have all the sewer system, we have the electrical, right? We have all that stuff that was submitted prior to getting the building permit.
So I'm just gonna finish here. I think you have all your stuff that you need to just hand into the building department to get this finalized. This won't make it so you can't live in your home. If what the other was proposed, will make it so you can't live in your home. You will lose your home. So this is an opportunity for everybody to get everything sorted out without any real negative action on you. So I'm in support of this right now so that he can get his stuff to Mark and Mark's team can get this signed off so he can live in his home. And if he wants to sell, he can sell or do whatever he needs to do. I think this is probably the only way we can move forward on this file so that the homeowner doesn't lose out and we know that everything's up so that he doesn't lose the equity in his home.
Okay, anything further from the board? We do have the motion on the floor and it would just be to place a notice on title. I'm going to call the question on that. Oh, a question, Director Trainer?
Is there an opportunity, since the homeowner is likely to come in from Princeton, is there an opportunity today for him to meet with staff to go through that list and just to, communicate back and forth what exactly is needed, and then we can move forward?
I guess we could defer this to the next meeting would be a possible option. If he has.
I'm just
all
wondering,
the
like, nobody
paperwork.
wants to be in this circumstance, so it's like, if there's an opportunity to meet today to just be really clear on exactly what's needed and exactly what's missing, then hopefully this can resolve itself sooner than.
I'm sure there would be an opportunity today, but if we place the notice now, it's kind of too late. That's why if you wanted to let him have the opportunity to take care of that, it would need to be deferred to the next meeting. So Director Coyne?
I'll make a motion to defer it to the next meeting so that they can sort this out.
Sorted out, seconded. Okay. No discussion on deferral, and I'm seeing kind of a nodding in head, so I'll call the question on deferral. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. So this will come back to the board at a future meeting if it's required. Next item is B4, Building Bylaw Infraction at Area I, CAO.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of this report is to seek direction from the Regional District Board regarding the property at 240 Resolute Road, legally described as Lot 9, Plan KP 92537, in regard to placement of steel container for a residential use permit. The staff recommendations on the screen, and staff's here to answer questions.
And I'll go to Director Monteith. Direction on this one. Okay, you're moving it. Is there a seconder for that? Perfect. It's on the floor. And as in the past, I'll ask if the owner or applicant is in the room or online. If they could make themselves known to us by raising a hand, that would be great. I'm not seeing anyone online. Am I missing anybody, Lewis? No? Thank you. We'll go to discussion. Anything to discuss on this one or questions to ask? I'm not seeing any hands, so I'll call the question, and this is a notice on title and injunctive action. I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Anybody opposed? That motion carries. So moving on to community services, C1, renewal of recreation contribution agreement with the town of Princeton, CAO.
Thank you. The purpose of this report is to seek board endorsement for the updated and renewed recreation contribution agreement with the town of Princeton, ensuring continued support for local recreation service and facilities. Staff is here to answer your questions. And the recommended motion is on the screen.
Okay. I will go to either director, well, the younger Director Coyne left us, so I'll go to the senior. Direction on this one?
Yeah, I'll make the recommendation.
You're moving it, it's seconded, it's on the floor. Any questions or discussion? Not seeing any hands. Call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. Down to protective services, a letter of support for the Lower Similkameen Indian Band Slope Monitoring System, CAO.
Thank you. This purpose is to provide support for the Lower Similkameen Indian Band Slope Monitoring System. Protective Services is here to answer your questions. No PowerPoint presentation, and the recommended motion is on the screen.
Direction on this?
Yeah, I'll move
Director
it.
Coyne's moving it?
I'll move it.
Seconded, thank you. Any discussion? Don't think there's any hands. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. Going quickly, down to finance. Financing of the public work trucks for the new water systems, CAO.
Thank you. As you know, we have taken over a number of utilities, and the purpose of this report is on July 3rd, 2025, the board granted approval for the procurement of additional vehicles required in support of the acquisition of the Lake Shore Waterworks, Vintage Views Waterworks, and Skaha Estate Water System. To fund these vehicles purchased, staff are seeking authorization to borrow the funds from the Municipal Finance Authority. Staff's here to answer your questions, and the recommended motion is on the screen.
Okay, direction on this one? Director Taylor?
I'll move the administrative motion.
Moved. Is there a seconder? Thank you. It's on the floor. Any discussion? Director Taylor, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify with staff. I think there are some additional hirings planned for these new systems. So can you just sort of confirm, like, is this essentially new trucks for new staff or new systems?
Over to staff.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Any further thing? Oh, Director Roberts, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. My question is in regards to the costs, since this is in regards to these water systems or issues, is that tied to those ratepayers rather than general?
Over to staff.
Yes, that is correct. The vehicles are in those services, so only those services pay for those vehicles.
Okay. Anything further from the board? No other hands? I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. E2, the 5-year financial plan bylaw. Over to the CAO.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This is, as you described, this is actually the second reading for the 2026-2030 5-year financial plan, and it reflects the board inclusion for first reading and further adjustments identified, which will be identified and are identified in Appendix A. Staff's here to explain what the changes are and is available to answer questions, and the recommended motion will be on the screen shortly.
Okay, is there a brief presentation over to Wayne?
Yes, there's a brief PowerPoint, which we'll just get loaded up here. While it's loading up, I'll just explain that the assessed values have all been updated to the current 2026 assessed values, as well as the non-market growth figures. So you will see a percentage increases in certain areas, decreases in other areas, and that is primarily what is driving those increases and decreases.
Just a quick question on the assessed values. Was there any one specific area that had a huge swing that changed things considerably, or was it just small minor changes?
Small minor changes for most areas. The non-market growth was the big swing, and that was primarily Area B, which is the Costin area, had the hugest swing. But overall, the actual non-market growth went down for the whole regional district, but Area B saw a significant increase.
Okay.
So we'll just start here. So this is the assessed value changes, as you can see from 25 to 26. So Penticton changed 0.09, District of Summerland went down 0.11, and so on. So that's the changes in the assessed value percentage.
Okay.
This here was the non-market growth changes. And as we can see, Area B went up to 10.86, which is the largest improvement, but the total at the bottom, it was a decrease of 0.03 for non-market growth. In Penticton Indian Band, we do not have the non-market growth numbers for that, so they're not included in the non-market growth.
Okay.
This here's the new summary of each electoral area and municipality's portion. So it went up to 5.31%, but the municipal portions went down, and we'll explain why here in a second. So these were the changes that happened between first and second reading. The first one was rural projects just changed a funding source. So that has no taxation impact. The Cleveland Fire Department purchased a new tactical vehicle, and they included the maintenance in 27 to 30. So that does not have a taxation impact for 26. We found grant funding was not applied in general government. So we have applied that, and that is what decreased the municipal portions, is that now the 92,000 came from taxation because it's now grant funding. Then the Okanagan Falls Fire Department had some changes to increase honorariums and purchase a duty truck. So that only affects the Okanagan Falls Fire Service. Then the Recreation Commission in Cleveland, we had to remove some gas tax funding from ineligible projects and operations. And then we also removed, as was requested at first reading, the debenture projects that were earmarked for 27, 29, and 30.
Question, Director Monteith?
Thank you. Through the chair, as the director, I don't know what the ineligible projects are. So could I?
So through the chair.
Sure.
Through the operations section on the budget, there was, I believe, 3 or 4 services that had park improvements, which were funded through gas tax, and it had been approved at each one of the budget processes going forward. So we actually looked at the gas tax funding lines on the budget, looked into the park improvements, and with the new guidelines for gas tax, some of those projects that were earmarked by staff were not eligible for gas tax funding. So we removed that so that the gas tax is no longer in the operation side. It's only for capital projects.
Okay, so I think she's going to follow up on that.
But as a director, it'd be nice to know what these are. So there's a communication gap when I, as a director, don't understand exactly what's been removed and why. So is that the recreation department that should be communicating with the director so that we understand what's been removed? Or how does this happen? Because I should know exactly what's been removed and why. And I understand that you're doing your job and that's great, but I also need to understand and I don't.
Through the chair, it's the funding source for the project was changed, not the actual projects. So we will communicate better on which projects are in the budget. And we'll get with each director after in the next coming weeks to discuss what those changes were. But theoretically, right now, all we're doing is changing the funding source from gas tax to reserve or taxation because it's not eligible for gas tax funds.
Yeah, I think that's as a result of the changes to the gas tax criteria and stuff, but we'll make sure that that's corrected. Director Monteith, follow up, and then over to Bush.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. So often a director makes a decision to do a project because we can use gas tax, but when we can't and it comes from another source, I may change that scope or not want that project at all. So like I do need to understand. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Director Bush.
Yeah, so for our Cobo parks, apparently our bylaw didn't cover all the projects or spending. So a lot was taken out of rural projects covered, which I understand. But when I get to rural projects, I don't get any details of what that money was spent for. So I've been asking, but I still don't get any. And of course, our manager is away, but I really would like a meeting so I can understand what the money was spent for through rural projects, because all I get is a sum.
Okay.
I don't get any details.
I think that can happen a later date for sure. Any other discussion, Director Barkwell?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was just wondering if I could walk through the slide on non-market growth assessment, because we get questions and just a lot of taxpayers don't understand what non-market growth is and market growth and what it means to them when their taxes, their assessments go up and down and such. So if I understand it correctly, and stop me each way along, non-market growth assessment is the increase in value because of new construction. And so say taking the city of Penticton last year, they had 1.13% non-market growth. This year, 1.28 or 26. And so all we're looking at here is the change in non-market growth from one year to the next for the area as a whole. And so between 25 and 26, it was this 0.03% reduction. All it really means is that non-market growth for the area as a whole went down 0.03%.
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. So it doesn't really mean a whole lot, I guess, in our budget.
Well, it does apply to, sorry, through the
Go ahead.
chair. It does apply to your net change percentage at the bottom. In the bottom right-hand corner, it's 5.31%. So before non-market growth, it was 6.75. That
Yeah, so you-
0.03 would have made it 5.28
Yeah.
instead of 5.31. So
Yeah,
that's the difference.
non-market growth is great. So we're raising taxes, yeah. Thanks.
It actually lowers
It lowered
the
taxes.
tax, the non-market growth.
That's what I mean. It's great. I mean,
Yeah,
the
it's
existing
positive.
people pay less, yeah.
Yeah, it's a positive. Any further? Not seeing any hands, so continue on.
So through the chair, it was the same with Parks Commission Area F was the same thing. We had to switch gas tax ineligible projects. Same with Area B and Area A.
Continue on.
Electoral area administration, there was some fire fire inspections that were in there due to the can't remember what the organization's called, but it's no longer mandated. The government backtracked that we no longer have to have that, so that was removed. HR was included. The new safety inspector position that was approved by the board, that's a net neutral, so there is no taxation on that one either. The area Princeton contract, which was just discussed this morning, it was an increase to the contribution level that was included. Rural projects area G, the Headley water system was in the budget for 150, but it actually only needed 100,000, so that was reduced. Again, no tax implication for area G. Area H, the Princeton one, does affect taxation.
Okay.
Karamias recreation facility had a grant opportunity come in, so that was added to the budget. Again, no tax implication for that one. The fire protection area H, Princeton is looking at purchasing a truck, so that was added into that. That may be removed from third reading depending on how that truck is financed. If it's through debt servicing, then this portion comes out.
Okay.
Area F parks, the transfer to reserve was reduced as per director. And Okanagan Falls Recreation, the transfers to reserve were increased as per the director. And that's all the changes.
Okay. Any other discussion on this? Not seeing any hands. Do we have someone prepared to move it? Moved, seconded. Thank you. Sure, go ahead, Director Gettins.
Thanks. Just given some of the concerns that were raised about the parks budgets, should we pass the second reading now or have the opportunity just to discuss that? Because I think if you're planning on making changes, once we get past the second reading, can those changes be made at the third reading? Like, I just want to be fair to staff that might require some more work. So I'm not asking for deferral, but I'm just looking for some direction if that might be an idea, just to give some of the directors the opportunity.
Go to Wayne, but we can always make changes right up to adoption.
So through the chair, the bylaw in question that Director Bush was talking about is coming to the electoral area committee after this, so that we will get direction from the directors at that point.
Okay. And I think the clarification for Director Monteith, if she wanted to remove it, not do that project, that's always still an option. It would just require an amendment. Anything further? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Directors Bush and Monteith opposed, but the motion does carry. Down to Legislative Services, Electronic Signature Usage Reporting, CAO.
Thank you, Chair. This is an information report. As stated, the purpose of this report is to provide an overview of the implementation and organizational commitment to electronic signature software, highlighting its importance in operational efficiency, governance process, and record management. Staff does have a PowerPoint presentation, and it's here to answer questions once it's over.
Okay, we'll let the PowerPoint get up and turn it over to Matt. You getting that figured out? Yeah. Perfect.
Good morning. So this is brief. This is something new that we wanted to report on. The organization has been using electronic signatures for over 2 years now. So we just wanted to provide a little bit of insight on how it's going and what our plan is for future use. Again, this is just for information. So what is an electronic signature? So it is an electronic form of a signature. It's used for creation or adoption in order to sign a record. Signatures can take many forms. You've probably signed bank documents and things like that on your phone, on a computer. And it includes anything that's electronic, and it has it's a very secure solution that we've been using.
Benefits. So this is an easier, faster way for businesses, government, citizens to sign documentation and send things around. It reduces administrative costs and complies with record management, the Record Management Act. So some of our efficiency goals, the reason this came up in 2023 was that we had very inefficient workflows for contracts and agreements. We had documentation going from building to building. We needed reviews completed. We needed signatures and initials done. And then we needed to get the CAO and the chair to do it. And we identified the ability to use electronic management for signatures to be able to improve that workflow. We improved other digital record management. Our adoption growth through to 2026 now has really increased. And our goal for this year is to send more than 400 envelopes. I'll get into that a little bit more. So some of the current use cases is as of 2026. We use it in human resources. We'll be using it for onboarding and staff changing requests. Those are forms that go back and forth, office to office or building to building. Community environmental services. There are off-site staff that review and authorize documentation, and it's used for those purposes as well in recreation onboarding volunteers. Legislative services, again, this is where it started in contract agreement or contracts and agreements. Fire chiefs, RDOS fire chiefs were given access last year for incident management. They can be in the field with cell service using Starlink or something like that, be able to sign something and send it where it needs to go instead of trying to find a printer and dealing with it that way. Our EOC is able to use this as well. We have senders in that area. This can be used for alerts and orders and sending documentation to other partners. And financial services will be using this or exploring this as well, with financial forms going, again, back and forth between buildings and offices. So our growth over a couple years, in 2024 is really when we started. This was brought in November 2023. So from 24 to 25, we had an increase in the amount of envelopes that were sent. An envelope is a package of documentation. You may have received these from us or been sent by your bank or something else too. It can be one sheet of paper with a workflow, or it can be hundreds of documents. The amount of paper, the pages that were been sent there, about 5,000 sheets of paper were attached in 2025. The total number of files is, we can attach like dozens and dozens and dozens of types of documents to these and send them around. And the total signers, we experimented a little bit with having staff review and authorize internal documentation that we wanted, such as the charter and ethics. That was circulated to more than 100 staff, and that's just one example. So that's why we had over 800 users on there as well. So just to provide a little bit of insight, some envelope usage. So 2024 had 196. We were just sort of getting off the ground. We expanded, 319 were sent. And this is sort of how they work. The dark blue shade is the amount of completed. Sometimes there are corrected documentations that need to happen. Sometimes they are declined as well. But for the most part, that's sort of the average throughout the year there. Our turnaround time decreased as well. We were about 5.5 days for a full workflow in 2024, and we reduced that to less than 4 days. That's from beginning of workflow to end of workflow. The average per user workflow is less than 2 days. I think it's about 1.8. So it sits with one person for less than 2 days before it goes on to the next person, and we can complete a workflow in about that average time. You can see on the bar graph some areas are higher though. We had an increase in the amount of mobile signers, which is great to see. It is an electronic signature. You do need some device to sign it. So not just a computer, but we had 135 respondents with signatures on a mobile device. That could be a tablet or a phone. So we'll continue to track that. The number of recipients, our average is 2 people or 2 individuals involved in each of the workflows, but we did have a number of them that had more than 5, which is great. But we're able to send documentation really efficiently and be able to include a large number of people in that workflow. This environmental savings, there's 2 slides on this. This is data provided by DocuSign. And it's an estimate based on some analytics that they provide, but it gives carbon emissions reduced, water conservation, wood saved, which is the amount of trees, and waste eliminated there. So it shows the last couple years there. And I believe this is the last one. So it's, at this time, it compares to removing, no cars off the road, but reduced emissions, skipping a load of laundry, reducing trees, and saving 8,000 pieces of paper. So that's the goal there. So we hope to improve that. And that is all.
Okay, Director Barkwell, go ahead.
So you're using DocuSign, and is that an annual license fee that you have to pay, and in perpetuity, or how does that work?
Staff?
To the chair, yes. It's an annual subscription.
Okay, and yeah, can you tell me approximately how much that is?
Oh,
go ahead.
Chair, that's about $3,000 a year.
Okay. So it sounds like a bargain.
When we factor in administrative time to print paper and move it around, or mail it where it needs to go and mail it back, the cost per envelope ranges depending on how many we use in a year, but $6 to $10 a package to get signatures is a good for us. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Just curious if one of the issues that you guys have encountered is just user-friendly sort of function and people's understanding of that. And if you have a plan, or do you have a package that helps explain that and make it a little bit more accessible or feasible? It's a great idea, and just increasing the use of it moving forward, it would be of benefit for sure.
Staff?
To the chair, yes, I've done training with some directors. Instructions with images, click here, then click here. As a signer on the receiving end of it, it's quite intuitive. You click the link. You need to be aware that you're clicking a link that's being sent to you, but you click it, it opens, it asks you for a signature. You click finish, it's done. Internally for administrative time, we've really built some efficiencies around it. We have a number of users, which is it's highlighted in the report, but we have 9 active users that send more than a couple a week, sort of thing. So we've got lots of staff that are working on that.
Sure. Follow up. Go ahead, Director Stewart.
Thanks for the check. Sorry, I guess I was thinking more about interfacing with the public and being able to use it more unilaterally. I would expect professional engagement would be maybe a little bit more familiar, but
yes.
Okay. Is there CAO?
Just a warning, if you do receive a DocuSign that's unexpected, be careful. I did get one. One of the things that I have a control of, before someone sends me a DocuSign that's internal, I like to have an email telling me that it's coming internal. If you don't get something like that from a RDOS email, be aware, do not click.
Okay. Director Monteith?
Thank you. To follow up on that, so if you chair a committee, you get sent these to sign, and more often than not, it goes into my spam, or it's being held for whatever through our system. So I often find them in the release, like I have to actually go into the spam system and release it because it gets held. So Natalie will send me an email following up on signing something, and it's like, I don't got it, and then I find it like, so it's not as easy, especially because I have interior health on my cell phone as well. Like there seems to be a bit of a conflict there. So I don't know if it just might be me with multiple emails on my phone, but it's not as easy for me.
Okay. Good to note. Not seeing any other hands. I would just make the comment that for myself, I find this really convenient. In the past, if there was something that needed signing right away, it meant either driving up here to sign it or trying to locate the vice chair to sign it quickly, where now it comes to me and I can have it signed in basically nothing flat. And it also gives you the opportunity to read things a little more thoroughly than sitting in here with a stack this high of things that need signing. You get them individually and you can do a more thorough job of it. So I see it as a real benefit. Thanks for that, Matt. And we'll move on to the next one is fees and charges bylaw, CAO.
Thank you, Chair. With the 2026 budget going through the process, it also affects the fees and charges for 2026. And this is what this report's all about. It is, the purpose of this is to give first reading for the proposed 2026 fees and charges bylaw. Individual staffs that are recommending the fees are here to answer your questions, and there's no presentation.
Okay. Director Roberts.
Thank you, through the chair. I've had an issue with curbside, not in regards to it as a whole, but the bins themselves. And again, this is not just from this fee, this is from original D5. If we expand to the next size up on the garbage can right now, the smaller one that we get doesn't fill, or it can't fit the 2 garbage bags we used to be allowed. Now we're paying more for a service. What I'm wondering is could we move to having, like, let's say instead of $45, a $60 to have your a one-time only, and then go, because otherwise we're just constantly renting $5 a month throughout every year to, as it carries on, it's an additional cost rather than just one time because you're just expanding it. I understand having like a rental continual cost of $5 a month if you've got an other bin or a secondary bin that you're paying for. But in regards to just the initial rubbish container that is a lot smaller and doesn't fill or doesn't fit 2 big garbage bags that we used to be able to load off, I'm wondering if we can take a look at that because I think it's kind of problematic. Thank you.
I'll go to staff on that. Is there a response to that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, we could review it, excuse me, after the first year of the first full year of our service. We could review it next year.
Okay. Director Fedrigo?
Yes, thank you, the chair. Can you walk me through our water rates? Because I know for Naramata, we were going to go up to $81, but then it went up significantly more on top of that. So was that just an annual increase plus the 81? Or how did we come to this new number?
Go back to Lisa.
Yeah, it's just the, thank you, Chair. It's just the annual increases. The cost of running these services, the cost of chemicals, the cost of repairs, everything seems to be going up and not coming down. And the reserves, yes, there is an increase in Naramata specifically for the reserves. There was a separate increase, but yeah, we're trying to slowly ease up the reserves in all of our systems because we do not have enough in any of them.
Okay. Director Taylor and then Gettins.
Yeah, 2 questions that impact a couple of files. On Lakeshore and Vintage Views, I thought we had discussed earlier that the vacant lot was going to be approximately a third, and now I see it at, and now I'm getting all confused, but it's not a third. I think it's 0 at the moment. So can you just walk me through where we're at on that, and is that something we need to come back to?
Back to staff.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Because the new systems that we're taking on, we are not permitting new connections. Because that is our doing, the vacant lot fees will not be charged at this time. Once they have the ability to connect, then they will be charged a vacant lot fee. But right now, because they're not able to connect, the services aren't available.
Okay. Follow up?
So this covers sewer and water in, for instance, Heritage Hills. Somebody's bought a lot, unable to build. He's going to pay 0, but we'll revise that when we can permit him to build. Is that
correct?
Okay. Right.
Okay.
I had a second question.
Go ahead.
Hotels and motels. We don't have a whole lot in OK Falls, and they don't get a lot of traffic. They are used to some extent during the summer months, but almost minimal during the winter. So when I look at what we're actually charging them on a per room basis, it's almost the same as, in my understanding, we're charging them almost the same as we would charge a home. And so to me, that doesn't seem a good way of encouraging those businesses. So is that something, I'm not asking to address it now. Do we have another opportunity to address this, or is this it?
Can always be amended later. It's always an option. I'm not sure that we could address it right now. It would probably require a bit of calculations and see what the impacts would be, which is probably beyond the time we've got at this point. So it's worth flagging it though.
So, yeah, I flipped this earlier. I'm sure there's been a lot of traffic with fees and budgets and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'd asked if we could look at this, and I'd like to.
Yeah. I do have Director Gettins, but is this on this specific Director Coyne? Go ahead first.
I was just gonna say, when water meters take effect, that should solve most of your questions.
Yeah,
It will with the water, but
But in the meantime, we've got people spending a lot of money per month on units that are empty.
Yeah. Director Gettins.
Yeah, thanks to the chair. I have a couple of questions too. With West Bench, going up the fee and then we have the cubic meter rate as well. And that follows, so the rate per cubic meter, that follows the city of Penticton cost. So it matches city of Penticton cost.
Staff?
That's
Claire?
correct.
That's
Yes.
Okay. And then with the fee, that's like what you were saying, both things just keep going up and that's what it is. With the reserves in West Bench, is there, do we have a target reserve number that we're aiming for that's a recommended reserve amount per water system? Like, I know we've been working on that, it seems like for a while. I just don't know, when you say we don't have enough reserves, I get that for sure in Falder that we don't have enough reserves. But just for West Bench, it feels like there's a lot, but I don't know what is a good reserve.
I think we actually have a policy about it, but I'll go to staff.
Yes, I would, specifically for the number and the amount that we need to collect, I would have to go back and look at our master plan. But out of all of the systems, West Bench is the healthiest in terms of reserves. But if we had to go in and do a replacement when we have to start replacing things in 20 years from now, we need to make sure we have enough money there for all the pipes, because chances of getting grant funding for that is pretty slim. So that's why we have to build them up over time.
Okay.
Okay.
And can I ask another
By all means.
clarifying question? Thanks. With the, well, actually, sorry, I've got one more for Falder. So with the Falder rate of the 2031 and with them also getting meters on that system. So does this rate then take the citizens to mid-year 2027? Like when does the metering come in to replace this rate? And will it be a dual situation like what we have in West Bench?
Staff.
Thank you, Chair. The plan is to have the kind of like a mock billing where we would still charge them the fee that they're getting now for about a year. We anticipate having the meters in fairly shortly. So we're hopeful that in 2027, we can move to the usage billing, and it will be all of them because they're all getting meters. So, but until we get into the actual running of the meters and all the paperwork, that's our goal, is to get it to 2027.
Okay. Anything further here, Director Roberts?
Yeah, thank you, the chair. And this is a question, again, it's not something we look at right now, but I'm looking back in history. In regards to the fees that we have around curb, which is kind of like everybody's paying the same and everything's going up as our water systems and et cetera. I'm wondering about, and I remember somebody came into my role strictly to stop it from happening in regards to being tied to assessed values. That was one of the reasons the person became a director, to stop that. But as we get closer and closer to making it more and more difficult for people living on low incomes, especially in some of these hamlets that have, we're not talking about rich people. Is there different ways of dealing with fees and charges? So for instance, maybe not can you have a hybrid system where it deals with the people in regards to their assessed value? And it's just a question in regards to financing and how to deal with things. Because again, we're going further and further as a whole, as we know, there's got to be a place where all of a sudden something's not sustainable in regards to some of the things, even though the price keeps going up. So I'm just wondering what kind of things that we could put or look at moving forward that would mitigate some of that and take it off those that make the least and be supported by the rest of us. Thanks.
I think that would take a little bit of calculating, but I'll go to the CAO first.
That's going to be a major board decision, because if you do that, if someone saves, someone has to pay. So that's something that would have to come to the board, and it'll be a board decision.
Would be a bigger discussion. I'm not seeing any other hands, so is someone prepared to move this one? Director Monteith has a few changes that you'll see up here, and I believe she was comfortable with those. Are you prepared to move this as it is? Moved, seconded, thank you. Before I call the question, I will just remind people that we amend the fees and charges bylaw quite often throughout the year. So if there's something that we need to look at, we can do that in between for sure. So I'll call the question on this one. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. Next, down to request for a letter of support for the Collaborative Conservation Program, CAO.
Thank you, Chair. This letter of support is asked by the Okanagan Basin Water Board for a grant application being submitted by the Okanagan Collaborative Conservation Program for the McLean Creek Restoration Project. Staff's here to answer questions that you may have.
Okay, someone prepared to move this one? Moved and seconded, thank you. Any discussion on it? It's fairly straightforward. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. CAO reports, down to you.
So just because this is my report, it's just a coincidence, and I'm going to elaborate on the purpose. So a few months back, MLA Wilson from Smilkameen came and submitted a request for staff, Indigenous, local government, some of your directors invited to a committee to determine what the province should be looking at for orphan dikes. With that, somehow I got nominated to do a report, although I did make the recommendation that we get together and write a letter to the province, but not just the regional district. Have all 27 regional districts and every single local government, First Nations, also be involved. So it would be one of the first letters that actually we were involved, where all of British Columbia is involved. We did do one for mattresses, but that was 24 of the 27 regional districts supported the letter. What we would be doing is asking the 27 regional districts not only to support the letter, but ask their participating municipalities to go to their council and ask to sign. So now you're talking 199 local governments and all the First Nations within British Columbia. So the start of it is here, is if the board agrees to do this, then with the letter that is attached to your report, it would be sent out, and it starts, the Indigenous local government have this, so they would do this on their own right now and then combine with our letter. So if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Okay, Director Taylor, I see a hand.
Yeah, I just see some news with some, I think, fairly similar argument for the Fraser Valley for federal government support for dikes there. And I think this is really important that we get this letter done, because as I see it, there'd be so much focus on a couple of big major places, and could be really easy for them to just miss our needs with these orphan dikes.
So the smaller communities very easily. CAO?
So some of the cities that are going to be asked to sign this letter may not have an orphan dike within their boundaries, but there may be one up the road, down the creek. And Similkameen with Princeton is aware of this. So it's something that could affect them. So even if they don't have one direct, we are going to ask for their support.
Okay, it's being moved. Is there a seconder? It's on the floor. Any further discussion? Not seeing any hands. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. Anything further, CAO?
Yes, thank you, Board. So there's two reports and then just an update. There is a board action items and request reporting. It's an information report only. And I got staff's is coming up here to discuss it if you have any questions.
Okay, over to you, Matt. If you've got something to say or just field the questions.
Certainly, thank you. This report template is new. This will be an as-needed report that's provided. These requests that you see here, there's 14 of them were collected between November and January. They came from a variety of communication sources. And some of them are just discussion points and questions. That's really what they are. So what we've done is develop this, been able to go back to the managers, collect a comment, feedback, and sort of the result, and provide that. So we're closing the loop on that. That's really the purpose of this. If there's any specific questions to anything included here, I might be able to speak, or a manager might be able to speak to that, but you'll see this as needed as we're working through some of those inquiries.
Okay, thanks for that. Any questions or comments? I'm not seeing any hands, so moving on. Oh, there's question, Director Gettings.
Thanks. So I just wanted to get some clarity on, is this when like a director comes in outside of the board and asks for things to get done? Or is this task, like where does this list come from?
So they're sort of conversations, emails through CAO, that sort of thing. Not specifically discussions in a board meeting that we have to do.
Yeah.
Sometimes though, in a board meeting, committee meeting, staff will say, let me get back to you. So that is our sort of point to say, let's go find out and actually close the loop.
Okay.
And not just state that we will find out.
Thanks. And then just as a follow-up.
By all means.
So I look at one, that's unresolved about the number of individuals being helped with victim services. So if it's unresolved, do you need permission from the board or direction from the board to park it and don't worry about it anymore? Or, because I think it's a good reason why it's not resolved. So is that what you're looking for?
CAO?
So that is an outstanding action item, and you're going to get a report that says no one's telling us what that number is.
Okay.
So we're trying, and it's something that the RCMP is keeping confidential.
That's fair. Okay. Yep. Thanks.
Okay, Director Fedrigo and then Barkwell.
Yes, thank you to the chair. So inquiry 11, determine tax impact on proposed purchase for Naramata McLaren Hall. So that's in a strategic priority, and we're working through that, and that's not something that I really see needed on this list because we're still working through that process in a different list. So I don't know if we need it off this list and it just remains on the other list, or how you're compiling those.
Matt, that'd probably be removed, but.
To the chair, so my comment would be on this is that the date it was added was December 4th. That's about 2 months ago. It's in progress, it's working. Yes, we can review it, and we will. We're not going to keep items on this list and just keep growing. We want to close the loop and stop them at some point. So good feedback, thank you.
Okay, follow up?
Yeah, just follow up to that. And that I appreciate. This one will potentially be there for a long time if we don't just take it off and roll it into the strategic priority. So just from my point of view, and I don't know if staff are really looking at me funny, so I'm gonna guess there's not too much on that one. It just seems redundant to have it twice in this one with not really a timeline per se on it. So yeah, anyway.
Okay, you flagged it, a follow-up from previous and then over to Barkwell.
So on that then, is that because is it on, sorry, this Naramata McLaren Hall, is it already on the strategic plan from last year, or do we need to put it on the strategic plan for this upcoming year? It's already there. Okay, perfect. Okay, thanks.
Okay, Director Barkwell.
Thank you, Chair. The protective, this one for victim services caught my eye as well. Victim services is funded by the regional district, isn't it? In a whole or in part, or how is the funding?
CAO?
It is funded, I would say in part, I wouldn't say whole, by the regional district areas, yes.
Yeah, so it seems to me that when we're distributing money, there has to be accountability, that reporting of the number of, don't need names and number or anything, just numbers of clients by area is relevant information. I'm glad you're not leaving it, just out in the air.
Okay, CAO?
I can't disagree. It's another level of government that they're talking about very sensitive information, so sensitive that they don't even want to give numbers. It's not that we've given up. We still are trying, and that's why it's on that list. One thing I do want to say is this new action item is new to this board. And there's going to be times when something from an action item will be moving over to a strategic priorities. And at that point, the action item will be eliminated because it's going to be handled in a different way.
Okay. Not seeing any other comments. We don't need to deal with this one. It's just for information. So anything further? CAO?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So two more things. The next one is very important. It's your strategic priorities for 2026. One thing is, as we're going through it, you need to know that it is very fluid. It can change as with your priorities will change. Each one of you has a priority that has something specific to your area. Now, we cannot do all of them at the same time. We don't have the capacity, we don't have the staff. But if something happens where you as a group determine, no, I want this, why, and I want to increase to the top, it can change. So Matt's going to be discussing this at the committee level.
Okay.
And last thing, honest.
Go ahead.
Next meeting, I've got a very capable Ms. Batten here that's going to be sitting in this chair. I am going to be, myself and Mark Koch are going to the LGMA conference where every single, well, not every, and most CAOs and deputy CAOs are going to be attending, where Mark and I have actually been asked to speak. And by the way, we got it free, so I'm really happy about this. We got the conference free to speak regarding our strategic priorities and our exempt staff wage linked to performance management. So that's something that we're working on and sharing with the rest of BC. So I feel confident that, more than confident, that Tracy can handle this chair. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that. Is no questions or anything for the CAO? Not seeing any hands. Moving on, chair's report. Not a great deal of information there, other than we did have another OK Falls meeting yesterday in the incorporation process, and there'll be more to come on that in the future. Director's motions. Any director's motions at this time? I think today's the first day nobody said they had one ahead of time, so. Ahead of time, though, like last minute. There is yours, but nobody was telling me of a new one. So not seeing any there, down to the one that's on there, Director Roberts. I'm going to go to you.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm wanting to put a motion forward in regards to putting in place a policy in regards to Route 50, that we have every 2 years assessment in regards to ridership. Because again, there's an ebb and flow, and until we really have a good feel, it gives us a good standing moving forward on coming up with plans and where we have stops. Because like right now, as it stands, there's like a stop in Princeton, there's a stop in area G with a call stop in Olalla, and Karamias has 3, and Costin doesn't have any. But to be able to kind of figure out where the riders are coming from on a regular basis so that we can suss these things out more effectively moving forward. So my call is to be able to have every 2 years to have a ridership assessment in a transparent format. Thank you.
Okay, that just brings to question. I'm not sure, do we collect that kind of information as they get on the bus, where they're from? Does anybody know that?
They said they got it.
So it is available, and then I'll go to staff. Go ahead.
Through the chair, thank you. Yes, so we have been asking for information from BC Transit in regards to user base for services and try and get it down to the stop level. So some of the information is forthcoming and can be used to inform any policies and reviews of that particular bylaw.
So it's just based on where they got on, not where they live.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so it's iffy there. Director Taylor and then Gettens? Director Taylor?
I'm not sure if Director Roberts would include this in his motion or not, but we pay for a considerable amount of staff time to monitor the transit services. And I'd like to know what monthly or quarterly reports we get from BC Transit so that our manager can assess what's happening. Because every time we make an inquiry, we have to turn around and ask for data. Surely we have a contract with BC Transit. Surely we get monthly, some kind of ongoing reporting that allows you to do your job. So I'd like to know,
Are we and how
are
often?
we? And could that be incorporated into this, that our policy provides us, our staff, with appropriate monthly or quarterly
Info.
stats per route, not overall, per route.
Staff?
Through the chair, so we do receive high-level route user based on the UMO card use. So it doesn't capture the cash payments, but we get that UMO data monthly. And I've requested from BC Transit to provide ongoing granular information. They're coming together to work out a process for that granular information, whether it's a monthly, quarterly, or annually provided. So,
okay, Director Gettens.
Thanks. I think this is interesting, but I'm curious about how much influence we actually have once we get the data, because we've been trying to do changes for West Bench Transit route, and we're not getting any changes or anything regardless of the data. So how much influence do we have, even if we have the ridership numbers?
I think in this case, it's just, I don't know how many places that are paying into it, but it's the distribution of their portion is what I think his motion is about, not what we're getting from BC Transit. It's how it's divided amongst the payers for it, areas B, G, Princeton, and Kearmias. That's what this one's specific to. Director Roberts, then Gilbert and Coyne.
Yeah, thank you. Where I get a little confused, again, I was told that we were divided up in regards to ridership, that they had figured out that. So we got 34%. Now, if we were going to go by stops, Kearmias has 3 stops. We have 1 stop plus a call stop, and Princeton has 1 stop. So if it was just by stops, and again, I see, of course, Kearmias is going to have area B people, area G people coming to it. So the way it's divided up right now, I was said was by ridership. So somebody made an assumption in regards to there being that many more riders. Like, for instance, I know the amount of people that get on Headley, and it's not 34% of all the usage. So, you know, I'm trying to find clarity moving forward. And then again, we want to see different things expand or support area B and being able to have a stop and like it had before. But again, if we don't, as Director Taylor was saying, if we don't have ongoing data and things that we can work with, and to be able to advocate moving forward. And again, as the chair was stating, this is in regards to Route 50, that it's how we're dividing up the cost. And I'm having kind of a hard time that the numbers don't seem to really jive with what I assume to be reality.
Okay, Director Gilbert.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I got a question for staff, and then might have a follow-up comment to it. When BC Transit does their surveys in regards to ridership and reaching out, does their engagement only specifically target the ridership, or do they do like a broader engagement with the community in regards to using the transit system in the Okanagan?
Go ahead, Steph.
Yeah, through the chair. So in terms of surveys, BC Transit has a process when it comes to the future transit future transit plan that they have surveys to go out on that basis, and they use that. I think it's a 10-year rolling review on that. In terms of annual surveys, my understanding is they don't do that. So, but I have requested that they look to do a survey to capture the regional district to get more information on expectations excuse me, on services, stops and the like. So getting a bit more granular feedback from the community and users. So that I've requested that from them.
Go ahead, Director Gilbert.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. So my comment to this though is I do appreciate getting the information in regards to ridership and how many people are riding and where they're coming from. I think we really need to push BC Transit to ask the real question is why are people in the valley not using public transit and how do we get them on the bus? Because the methodology that they always seem to use is like, you know, how's your experience on the bus? Do you agree with this bus route? So forth. The question should be, why are you not using the bus in the community? And then figuring out how do we have a strategy to get people on the bus. Like I can tell you why I don't use the bus in Penticton as a lot, because it takes me 13 minutes to ride my bike downtown and it takes me a half an hour to take the bus downtown. So that's the issue is the efficiency of it. So I think if we want to have a more people using the bus, and especially the bus 50, I think having a broader conversation with Princeton, Caramias, Costin, Olalla, even Cleveland, and where that route goes, and ask, one, are people even aware that bus 50 exists? And two, why are you not using bus 50 to come into town?
Good points. Director Coyne.
Well, I'm starting to regret even bringing us to the regional district. I should have just continued paying for it. You know, because we paid like 98% or something like that, and we got a couple $1,000 from the regional district, and we made up about 40 to 8 to 52% of the ridership of the entire service. The rest coming from lower end of the valley. I don't know. Route 50 is very well used. It's full all the time. We could expand it. I think we would have ridership on it if we could like put another bus on. We just don't have the money right now to put the bus on. That was the whole point of this whole thing, was so the Princeton wasn't paying and subsidizing the entire Route 50, because that's what we were doing with some help from Interior Health. But you know, you're never going to get the accurate numbers, because Princeton will only have one stop if we want to have all the other stops down the valley. So Princeton stop includes all of Area H numbers plus Princeton numbers, and you're not going to get a true ridership unless you ask everybody before they get on a bus, do you live in Area H or do you live in the town of Princeton proper? And we're not going to get those numbers. So I understand where Director Roberts is coming from, but you're not going to be able to quantify these numbers the way he wants to see them quantified, because we do know that there's people from Area G that ride and they might get on in Caramias instead of in Headley or in Olalla. And we know that people in Area B get on the bus in Caramias because that's where the bus stop is. Just like we know people from Tulamane and Comont might get on the bus in Princeton because that's the only bus stop we have, and you have to get on it at 7 o'clock in the morning in order to get there. So I don't know how you expect to get these numbers. What we do need to continue to know is like what the ridership is. Can we expand the system? Can we make it better? We have worked really hard on this to get it so that we can connect up with Route 70. Down the road, we're supposed to have daily instead of every three times a week, so that we can get people to and from Kelowna so they can go to the hospital up there and they can do all their things up there. I think where we're lacking is with Caledon and OK Falls and Twin Lakes, and how do we bring them into our system? But that's a different conversation than this one, because our bus right now is full by the time it gets there. So if we want to talk about a bigger bus and we want to talk about other services, I think that's another day. But right now, I'm listening to this, I'm a little frustrated because, I mean, yeah, it's a tax increase. It's a tax increase for everybody. But, you know, from the side that's been paying for this for the last actually 20 years, we just kind of wanted to make this so we could spread it out and we could hopefully increase our transit on our side of the, because we need better transit in town, because our bus is out of town 3 days a week instead of in town, servicing mostly the lower valley. So I understand the wants and whatever else, but at the same time, we should all probably be paying based on our assessed value, and that's about it, because this is a service for the entire region, not just for those who use it, because all of us have the access to it, just like garbage and swimming pools and arenas and everything else where we pay a percentage off of our taxes.
Yeah. A follow-up to that, Director Roberts?
Thank you to the chair. And again, I get Director Coyne's frustration, but this is exactly why I'm bringing it up. The way it's modeled right now doesn't really look forward. So for instance, yeah, assessed value is an option. These are different things that, you know, we can look at. But as it states right now, we've been told it's in regards to a percentage of ridership, which I don't believe really is true numbers. Or do we go by stops? Or do we, it's something that in regards that's either measurable so that we move forward and that we can get Khalid and Twin Lakes, Khalid in there, and then we can move forward other ways. But the mechanism right now is just that there's these set numbers of percentages, which doesn't really reflect in regards to the area is 100%. And it's, and again, as stated by Director Coyne, like I was kind of, you know, trying to figure out how did you really figure out who came from where? Like, for instance, there's 3 stops in Karamias, but is it somebody that's usually in a mobility scooter that's going to go from the clinic to the rec center? Because they can actually do that now, right? So, you know, I think the point that Director Coyne stated around, you know, how we deal with assessment is probably more fair and equitable. I'm looking like it across the board. It needs to be something looked into to be able to move forward and build on. And I see Route 50 becoming a lot more substantial.
Yeah. So having said that, this motion might need to be refigured or reworded somehow. And we'll leave it at that for the time being. Or we can deal with it now and or is this just your notice of motion? It was before, or are you making it now then? Or do you want to rejig it? Because it's not on the floor.
I'm open to rejig it. It's what makes the best sense moving forward, how we evaluate it and how we can grow with it. And that it's fair and equitable across the area. And we're able to build in with that mechanism, for instance, when we add Twin Lakes, Cleeden, et cetera.
Okay. So
I don't necessarily know the correct.
Well, that's something we're going to have to let you work on. But we don't have the correct information to deal with it this way. So we'll leave her at that then for now. CAO and then Director Trainer.
You made the comment, we don't have the correct information because we're so new. Yes, I've been involved in negotiating contracts for BC Transit. And yes, you could use assessment, you can use stops, you can use mileage. But the best, fairest way would also be, I'm really big on rolling averages, like a 3-year rolling average. Every 3 years, you take a look at it, and then the board would reevaluate the costs. But so that's something that can be established in 3 years, not 2.
I think it's something you'll have to speak with staff on the best way to bring something forward. Director Trainer.
I'm not sure if this is totally useful to this conversation, but in Summerland, we're still working on our Route 30, which is our route that goes from Summerland to Penticton, and we've made it free for Summerlanders just because we're trying to bump up the ridership. One thing that I've done in the last while is I ride the bus every so often, and I sit and I talk to the people on the bus and I find out where they're from and what time they use the bus and what they like, what kind of improvements they would like to see. And then I also talk to the drivers because I find that BC Transit's data and what they have doesn't always line up with what's actually happening. So I find it really useful to, you know, talk to the regulars and say, hey guys, like, would you use the bus more if it ran at a different time? And so I've gotten a lot of information that way. I mean, the Summerland route is quite small, and so it's easy to do that. Whereas when you're in Penticton, you got way more routes going on. But that's just something to consider, is to ride it a couple times, and you might pick up a couple things that you wouldn't get from BC Transit's formal data.
That sounds like an interesting venture for you, but I'll leave it at that. Any other notices of motions? Not seeing anything. Board members, verbal updates. Anything to report from your communities? Not seeing any hands on that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Director Bloomfield.
I'd just like to do a shout out to Silga for putting on that webinar yesterday on the Cowichan tribes. I think that was a very valuable webinar, and I don't know if everybody made it on there, but very, very good information. And I believe they recorded it, so I'm hoping that that recording is going to be available. But yeah, it's probably one of the better webinars information sessions I've seen out of Silga. So, kudos to Silga for putting that on. I think that was an excellent deal.
Yeah, good. Thanks for that. Director Coyne?
On that, I believe we're also going to co-host a City of Kamloops one with Reese Harding coming up. I'm not sure what the date is on that. And then at convention, we're also going to have some discussion around the whole thing as well. So we're trying to stay on top of it.
Okay. Do you know if that session yesterday was recorded or not? That
I know it was recorded. I don't know if we have permission to distribute it yet, because I need to see it, because I had a public hearing and council in the middle of all that.
I've had other meetings as well that I couldn't get to it, but I would love to take a gander at it for sure. So if it is, put a bug in their ear that there are people that want to see it. Did I see a hand from you, Director Bush? No? Okay. Anything further from anybody else? Director Coyne?
To Jim's letter that we're going to send on the diking and that, I just presented at the Environment Standing Committee for the House of Commons, talking about these issues, extreme weather and whatnot. And we talked about not just flooding, but flooding, wildfire. There's a big push for a national insurance program for. It started around flooding, but some of us are trying to get it expanded into wildfire as well, because there's places that are now being turned down for insurance for wildfire because of wildfire risk. There's places up in the Thompson Nicola that have been told no, or their insurance has been jacked up 3-4 times what it was the year before. So, but yeah, there's a lot of work being done on multiple levels. As I think it was pointed out that the mayor of Abbotsford and them and the minister and one of the local chiefs, I'm not sure who it was exactly, but they were just in Ottawa, or they are in Ottawa right now, meeting about this exact issue. The mayors, myself, the Mayor Merritt, Abbotsford, Chilliwack, and Hope are working collaboratively on diking and flood preventions and everything else too. So there's a lot of work going on, and our name being added to the list, I think, just helps move that forward. It's across the country. It's not just us. It's everybody right now, because there is no funding. There's no announcement on any new DMAF funding, and DFA did change, so there is some positives there, but you have to be impacted prior to getting any of that funding. So there's a lot of work being done across this country, and it's being done by industry as well as local government.
Okay, good heads up. Any other verbal updates? Seeing none. Looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved, seconded. All in favor? Thank you. I don't see anybody opposing that. We are ahead of schedule, I believe, just a little. No, actually a little behind. Committee of the Whole. I was going to see if we could sneak a break in, but obviously not. But if you need to fill your coffee or something, now's the time to do it. But we will move straight into the Committee of the Whole. We have the proposed agenda before us. Someone prepared to move the agenda as it is? Moved and seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? That motion carries. We have a delegation. I am not sure if they're coming in person or online. There they be. If you just come up to the front, and the center button on that little console that will turn on your mic, and I'll let the CAO introduce you, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Ronhan? Mr. Ronigan is here to address the directors to present the organization's finding for the 2025 Vital Signs Spotlight on Food Security and the Community Foundation activity in support of greater food security in the region. There is a PowerPoint presentation that will be coming up.
Okay, well, welcome. And as soon as you're ready to go, you can start. He will get the presentation up on the screen if they've got it.
Yep,
They
they
do.
did receive it yesterday. So thank you for this time. And I appreciate the opportunity to bring you up to speed with some of the Community Foundation's activities around food security. I have a couple of colleagues in the room I'd like to introduce. Our CEO, Aaron McGran, and our Community Relations Manager, Kim English, are also here to give me some moral support today. But
welcome to them.
Thank you.
Good to see us.
Now, can I see the?
It'll come up on the screen here. They're just.
Oh, they're still working on it.
Still working on it.
Still working on it. Okay.
We have a new IT person, first time on this, so he's.
Sounds great. Sounds great.
Just getting it figured out.
So I might as well fill the time by telling you a little bit about the Community Foundation. We have a 35-year history in the, starting in Penticton, but expanding to the South Okanagan, Similkameen. We're an endowment-based foundation. We do a lot of grant making and funding of community initiatives across the RDOS. And I'm here to talk to you about a particular area. There we are. Perfect. So we are very much involved in food security right now. And which button am I pushing? This, there we are. Perfect. So we've had a strong history of grant making to support, in particular, emergency food access. So if you think of things like food banks, soup kitchens, those types of things, in 2025, just to give you an idea, nearly 30% of our foundation grants, which is our annual grant making program, went to those types of programs. And that investment in community showed our board that there was an important area to concentrate on. So in 2023, food security was established as the impact focus of our 3-year strategic plan. So we're about 2 years into that strategic plan. And I wanted to kind of give you an update of what we've been up to and give you a picture of that. So I wanted to give you some highlights of recent work. I'll talk a little bit about our foundation grant support across the RDOS, our recent investment in the Okanagan Food and Innovation Hub in Summerland, which is a very exciting development. And then I want to talk about the Vital Signs 2025 Spotlight on Food Security. So just to give you an idea of our reach, we provide grants for food security initiatives and activities across our region. And I've just chosen a few here to show you that we're pretty much in every corner of the RDOS, from Karamias to Naramata to Princeton, Summerland, Oliver, and of course Penticton. And those names are probably going to be familiar to you. I won't talk too much about each of those grants, but just to give you an idea that we do have a significant reach across the region in terms of grant making for food security. Now, the Okanagan Food and Innovation Hub. Now, this is quite a unique investment by the Community Foundation in food security and food systems transformation. This hub, which you've probably seen being constructed as you head out of Summerland toward Kelowna, I've been told by Thomas, the lead of the program, that there should be walls going up on the building very, very soon. So I keep driving by and looking and hoping to see that. But it is a really interesting model really around the economics of food and helping food entrepreneurs to be able to test ideas and come up with new products. The reason we're very interested in it is that it also connects in with our food security mandate, in that some of the food that comes to that Food and Innovation Hub through local farmers, and it's going to be run by a co-op model, will be streamed through our food access programs like the ones you saw before. So Oasis and the Supatiri and other programs across the valley. So it's an opportunity for us to connect directly to local food to support those people in need of food in our region. So you'll see there improved access to markets for farmers, one place for those local farmers to bring their produce, food product innovation and development, education opportunities for emerging farmers. There's some hope that there will be some training there, and as I mentioned, additional food for access programs. We're a key investor in the project. We actually hold the mortgage on the farm, and that was through the work of our CEO and the team there to build a number of different investors that came together to make that happen. So we're very excited. It's the first kind of this investment of this kind by a community foundation in Canada. So we're breaking ground with this one. Finally, I want to talk about the vital signs report. I have some hard copies here. We've gone through 2 print runs of these. It's a very valuable document. So these are the last ones I've got. Happy to have them passed out at a later time. You can also find it on our website. But we've done a vital signs report every second year, and we've really taken a broad look at community wellness, areas from employment, housing, community wellness, health, arts and culture. This year, we decided, because we had this focus on food security as an organization, that we would focus the vital signs report on food security. And we really created it to improve our understanding and the community's understanding of food security and food systems, spark discussion around that, and foster some more action toward a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable food system in our region. These are just a few of the highlights of some of the statistics that came out of the report. We had Christy Tatebe from the Kwantlen Polytechnic University's Institute for Sustainable Food Systems help us bring together the stats for this report. The one I want to highlight, there's a couple I want to highlight here. The top one is staggering to me, that if we shifted the way we use farmland and value local food, our region could potentially meet up to 70% of our food needs. Right now, it's at about 9%. So there's a real opportunity, particularly economic opportunity here, to support local farmers to feed the communities that you all serve. And the other one I want to point out is, I think Director Coyne mentioned the issues around climate change and wildfires and floods. We have a big supply chain issue with food in our region. We've seen it with landslides. We've seen it with wildfires and floods. We get cut off from our food supply quite regularly. So I think those two really tie hand in hand. If we can build a more robust and sustainable food system for our local needs, then we can mitigate some of those issues that we have around supply chain and climate change and those types of things. Couple of quotes that come out of the report that I think are valuable to think about. And the way I look at these is, the issue is complicated. There's lots of moving parts, and it's going to take all of us to be active in the space to be able to make some real change. Governments, not-for-profits, farmers. The one here missing is business. They also have a role here. But we need to look beyond just food and start to think about those root causes: the housing affordability, wage stagnation, systemic barriers to access. Those really contribute to our citizens' ability to feed themselves. Finally, I want to give you an invitation to our second Food Security Summit. So in 2024, we met in Naramata at the Naramata Center. 50 folks from community organizations and farmers and all sorts of individuals active in the food system to talk about our organization's direction with regard to our food security impact focus. This year, at our second Food Security Summit, which is going to be down the road at Okanagan College, we're going to take stock of where we are and start to chart a path forward for our future activities. So if you're available, I know Director Fredrigo is going to be there. Any one of you who would like to attend, there is a QR code there to register. We'd be happy to have you, happy to have your voice in the conversation. And with that, I will take questions.
Okay, well, thanks for the presentation. I'll see if there's any questions from the board. Director Gilbert, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I know we got this presentation at Penticton, so I just want to say kudos again for all the work that's going on here. And I appreciate, I look forward to seeing that in the food hub as well as it starts getting its foot under its feet and starting to produce that food for the farmers. For the board's interest too, because I'm going to cause some trouble right now. Really good reports that you should be also looking at is through the National Farmers Union. If you want to understand grocery prices and the cost of food and how much farmers actually take home compared to how much grocery retailers put their prices up, that's probably causing a lot of the food insecurity in our communities because the amount of 1 bushel that wheat farmers get compared to how much they cost of bread. It's usually about 17 cents that they get for a loaf of bread. Why the retailers charge about $4 to $5 a loaf of bread. So I don't think it's the farmers that are causing the prices in bread or our food. It's really coming down to those grocery giants that basically monopolize the market. And then I wish the federal government would actually start doing something like that and cracking down on how these prices are causing insecurities across the whole country.
Okay. Interesting. Director Bloomfield?
Yeah, and thank you for the presentation. And again, following on from the presentation you did at the City of Penticton and following Director Gilbert's comments about the actual farmers involved, the most surprising stat to me was that 69% of the farmers don't have a succession plan for their farm. So that indicates that there's going to be a large dynamic shift in how farming is done, I believe, with a lot of different people coming into farming and different ideas, and we'll see how it goes. But that's a very surprising stat and not how farming is traditionally perceived as being a generational handover. That's not happening anymore.
Mr. Chair, if I could comment on that. And
By all means.
excuse me. The reason that we are having our summit on the day that we're having it is because Young Agrarians, which is an organization that works with aspiring farmers, emerging farmers, to both learn their craft and find ways to farm, will be having a conference, or they call it a mixer, the 2 days after in the same space. And we think that they are a really important piece to that succession puzzle, in that there are people who want to farm. There's just significant barriers to being able to do that. You'll see in the report, one of the biggest barriers is the cost of land. But there are organizations, and I look at the Food and Innovation Hub as being another place in educating farmers on the ground with their hands in the dirt that will help mitigate that. But yes, that was one of the surprising things I saw as well, Mayor Bloomfield. It is concerning to see that so many farmers are having that issue. And again, on that note, not to take too much time, but there is a film that we will be screening in May with Tempest Theatre about the issue of the value of farming. And the name escapes me right now, but I'll make sure that you all know about it and are invited to that as well.
Okay. Thanks, Director Taylor.
Yeah, this is a really complicated area, and we're hearing bits that are fascinating to hear about, but there's a lot of stories behind each one of them. And one of the other presentation we had last year, I think, I can't remember the exact numbers, but it was approximately 12,000 acres of farmland in the lower Okanagan. And currently 2/3 of them, or more than 2/3 of them, are under grapes. And it used to be almost all of it was under trees and ground crops and stuff like that. And I just saw a piece of property here, 8 acres, 2.5 million under apples. So who the heck's going to buy that to produce apples? It's not happening. So this whole, and I guess where I'm going is with just the one bullet you had there about buying local. I buy local. I try to buy local, and I try to support the shops, the restaurants, all that kind of stuff. But I'm not sure about trying to support somebody to grow apples on something that is vastly overpriced land, So anyway, that one bullet there about buying local and food production local. Yeah, I think we got to dig into that one a bit before we make decisions on how we do stuff. And I do have a question though. Granting to food banks, who's your
Continue on.
Do you, who's the contact for that? If I understand that there are grants available for food bank type operations.
Yes, of course. So I'm the contact. I am the Community Investments Manager with the Community Foundation. We have an annual foundation grant program that supports a lot of these programs. We have other ways that we can activate donors' resources to support things like food security. So I would be the person to connect with about how that all looks. The annual foundation grant cycle begins in late summer, early fall, and runs till about now. We're just announcing grants right now for this, what we call the 2026 Foundation Grant Program. So connect with me if you're interested in that.
Okay, there's a person you need to get a hold of. Director Barkwell.
Yeah, Director Taylor had exactly the same thought as me, similar. When you threw up the stats about 7% of the land, if it was, or no, we could feed 7% of our needs from the Okanagan land, but if land use changed, it could be up to 70%. Was that largely from converting, grapelands, vineyards to other crops? That change?
I don't have the specific breakdown of how that all that would work. And as we've all mentioned, it's a very complicated issue. And despite some people's opinions of me, I am not a food security expert, but I do know that that is one big piece of the puzzle, the way that we look at the value of land. And it brings into the whole ALR conversation about how land is used and not used for farming and used for other things. Yeah, I don't want to open up too much of a can of worms, but you're right. There are those pieces that of the puzzle, and it's a complex puzzle. But if we were able to look at producing our own food as the highest and best use for that agricultural land, then we can meet those targets. And a lot of things have to change underneath to make that happen. But that's really what we're trying to say there. And there is, if you dig into the report and go through the data in the back, you'll get a better understanding. I know it's difficult when you pull out just a quote. It says something, but the data supports that.
So you anticipated my next question was, do you take a position on, say, the exemption, property tax exemption for farms?
Oh, goodness.
For non-food crops?
I don't take any position except to say that there are, well, the one thing that I will say, and this is more about food security, is that this is an issue that is not only affecting your unhoused people. This is an issue not only affecting those people who are what we'd consider those on the margins of our society. This is affecting working people now. This is affecting children and seniors in a significant way. So it is a problem. I mean, it's affecting the people who pay the taxes that allow us to do what you do. So it's important to think of it in that way, that this is no longer a marginalized issue for a bunch of different reasons: cost of living, cost of housing, all of those other issues. And it's going to take us all to figure it out, and come up with solutions from a policy perspective, as well as just on the ground solutions to feeding people in combination to make some changes in these areas. So that didn't answer your question, but that's as close as I'm going to go to it.
Okay, probably a safe place to not get into. I've got several hands here. I'll start with Director Fedrigo and then over to Coyne.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Your guys' organization does amazing things in the community. I love being on the different groups that gets to evaluate and see what others in the communities are doing throughout the region. We have a lot of strong residents doing cool things and different nonprofits. So definitely appreciate all that you guys do. In this case, what do you see us as local government's role, and how can we help and support? And is there any feedback from farmers on how they see us supporting?
Big questions this morning. I thought I was going to just present and walk out of here in
Walk
5
out,
minutes.
okay.
I think, when we're thinking about food security, I think from your perspective in terms of the policies that you're making when they affect farmland, when they affect the way that we produce food locally, to keep that in mind. I don't have a specific ask for changes or anything like that. This is more just to make you aware that the issue is complex, and you're part of the solution from those policy perspectives, thinking about how we use farmland and how we support farmers with the way that we do taxation and all of those kinds of things probably all fit into it. Again, I'm going down a rabbit hole that I am completely unprepared for, but that's okay. I would say that is, and be involved in things like the summit, because it's an opportunity for you to talk to farmers, talk to food bank volunteers, talk to researchers who are all digging into this in a very deep way, and come away with a perspective on food security that you might not have. I love the idea of riding on the bus. I think your question you could ask questions around where do you get your groceries and all those kinds of things might be very interesting and informative.
Okay. Director Coyne and then Taylor.
Yeah, I just signed up for your thing. Now I got to figure out childcare. We'll deal with that later. No, I mean, a big challenge for, as Director Bloomfield was saying about the generational farming, it's really hard to make a living farming. My dad farms our farm, and my great grandfather bought that, and my kids are the 5th generation on it. And, but it's not something we can all quit working so we can look after the farm. And our neighbor, she's a rancher and she works full time. And, agriculture is not set up for family farms in this country. It's set up for big industry. And it's really, really hard to have just one job, and that's be a farmer. So I'm going to try my best to make sure I'm there and see what you guys have going on, because this is a major problem. I mean, we deal with it at this table a lot. And I remember, I think it was my first year, we had a thing where somebody was coming and it was a cannabis thing and agricultural use, and everybody wanted setbacks, and I was like, what's the setback for a pig barn? And they're like, well, there isn't one. I'm like, agriculture is agriculture is agriculture if we're going to deem it agriculture. So why do we have different rules? And that's part of the problem, is all the rules that we keep setting up and putting in place so that farmers can't actually make a living off their land. And it's a very hard living, and it's an honorable living. But I'm looking forward to this, because I think there's a lot to be said. And the Okanagan and the Smokeman used to feed a big chunk of this province, and we don't do that anymore. Thanks.
Okay, Director Taylor.
Yeah, I just think as an organization, just so much information. We don't know what we don't know. And so that about the production side. But I'm 100% behind you in support of assisting people who suffer from food security or food insecurity. Like, to me, that's where we can do some work. And I support you all the way there.
Thank you for that. If I can comment,
Sure.
a couple of things. Director Coyne will have a nice little Princeton contingent coming out, because I've just heard from Princeton Family Services and the Community Services, Community Services have just developed a community garden in Princeton, which is quite exciting. And we just recently, I've told them, so I can tell you, supported them with a purchase of a greenhouse to help support that. I will mention that when you look at the data, and this is one of the interesting things about this report, is that the data, even when we released it, some of the data was out of date already. So I would encourage you, if you're interested in those numbers around food insecurity, the numbers of people needing food banks, to look at the latest Food Banks Canada report, hunger count. That will give you, and it's upticked a little bit, but that's a place to keep an eye on how that is looking across the country. And I think you can break it down quite granularly on that. The other thing I'd like to say about this report is we're hopeful that we can make it a living document. So if we can put this online and continue to update stats as they come, it will become kind of a source all the time for that information. The last thing is I've remembered the name of the movie. It's called The Hands That Feed Us.
Good. There was one more hand up here. Director Bloomfield, back to you.
Thank you, and through the chair. And yeah, obviously from the interest that I can see in the room, I'm wondering if maybe we should include this as a subject in strategic planning to see if there's an appetite for seeing how local government can get involved in food security. But I don't know. It's just a thought. But the other thing is the event that's coming up that I wasn't fast enough with my phone to get on that link. So when is it and where is it?
We'll make sure you get an invitation. It is on February 27th from 9 to 4. It is a full day, but we'll be happy to see any of you and all of you for whatever time you can spare. Probably the morning is the best time to come because I don't think the afternoon will kind of extend from the morning's activities. It will be a lot of group conversation about where folks see where we can do the best work in moving food security as opposed to food insecurity forward. And it is at the Okanagan College, that beautiful room, the Jim Pattison Center. Perfect room for this kind of thing. We're so lucky to have it in our community. So yeah, if any of you can't or didn't have time to access the QR code, I will send a link to the registration form. It's just a few clicks just to make sure we get your dietary restrictions and all of those kinds of things in place. But happy to see any and all of you.
Okay. Director Coyne, and I'll think that'll be the last one, then we got to move on. Go ahead.
Yeah, a number of years ago, we did that work with Kwantlen College on food security, and I know we got a final report, but I don't think we ever did anything with it. So maybe to Director Bloomfield's point, I mean, maybe should be come back for review or something.
That's an interesting thought. I don't even know that that was with this board. It might have been the previous board. So a lot of us on this board may not even be aware of it, of what we've dealt with. So it might not hurt to have an update as to where that was and see if there's an interest.
And if I could just quickly comment on that, I said I'm not a food security expert, but I'm very involved in the space. If I can help in any way in that conversation that this board is having around food security, introducing you to people that would be valuable to have in that conversation, I'm happy to support.
Okay, well, that's much appreciated. And again, thank you very much for the presentation. As you can tell, there is an interest. It's just like, it's hard sometimes for us to make the time to, or free up the time to get to these events, but we can always send some. So that's where we'll start, and then they can fill us in. So thanks again. Moving down on our agenda, we have a potential MOU between the city and the RDOS. Turning it over to the CAO.
Thank you, Chair. So this is information only at this moment. Back in December, there was a notice of motion that asked staff to present to the city of Penticton a possible MOU and a letter of assurance. I did start having my first meeting last week. There was a lot of holidays between the staff and over there. One of the things that we did discuss is what can and can't be done. In the attachment that you received in this report, you saw an MOU which I created based 100% on the notice of motion that was presented. So that is the first start. I presented that to Penticton, and I wanted you to see what I saw, what I interpreted from what the board expected. with that, we started the negotiating, and we'll be negotiating the next couple of weeks. There's a few things that they explained that they cannot do in that notice of motion. And that report that you've seen, that was a mutual effort where we did that together. First time, I think, since I've been here, that City of Penticton and the Regional District, myself, did a report that they agreed to. So there's a lot of comments in there from them. So just need direction in that, because they can't do everything, the next report will come with a MOU, which they will agree and I'm agreeing, but a lot of it has to be part of what you asked me to do. So if there's any questions, the mayor is here. Director Bloomfield's here to answer your questions.
That's like putting him on the spot. I'll go to Director Bloomfield first and then then over this side. Go ahead.
Thank you, CAO, I think. And so, yes, I don't want there to be any confusion about the package that you received. The MOU agreement, the document, the MOU document that is in the report is the starting point, and the actual report is a follow-on to that document, showing the rationale for some of the points in the document that can't be adhered to. And that is, more to speaking about operations, as like BC Housing, they won't allow us to reserve spots in shelters for, people outside of Penticton, but, it's a first come, first served basis. And, it's a bit like, everybody helping the one service, but you don't get reserved spots in the shelters based on your financial commitment. It's a bit like the bus argument that Director Coyne made earlier on today. So, yeah, but just wanted to make sure there's no confusion.
Okay, thanks for that. I thought I seen a hand over here, Director Monteith.
Yeah, thank you. I guess that might clear up a bit of my confusion because, I recall the presentation. I recall hearing from the service providers that the shelter was always full. So if it's always full and we're looking at supporting rural communities to access that shelter, but we're paying for it, but we can't even guarantee we'll get in if residents need it, why are we, like, I guess I'm looking for that justification to why we should pay for something that you're just clearly saying that we have no access to.
I don't know that he was saying we have no access to it. It's just he can't technically reserve it at this time, but go
Yeah,
ahead.
in the presentation that was made by city staff to this board, they made reference to the number of people from outside of the city, but within the regional district that had come through the shelter, and I think it was around 40. So it's not that, it's exclusively for people that live in Penticton. It's not that at all. It's first come, first serve, and historically, the first come, first serve basis is, they come from anywhere and everywhere, and yeah.
Okay, follow up, and then I'll go to the CAO and then over here.
Yeah, thank you. So the other question I had was about the point account or the count that they're planning on doing in the rural communities. Is that part of the MOU or is that separate with the 100 more?
I think that's with 100 more homes, but the CAO can clarify, and he's up next anyway, so go ahead.
So one of the things that Penticton and I discussed is that we, the regional district and the city of Penticton, should have an MOU with 100 more homes. And that will be part of the MOU. And when going back to the regional district people being and going into these areas, it's first come, first serve, yes. But that doesn't mean that it precludes the regional district needy to go in there. It could be sometimes this could be more than others. So based on the recommendations that we both agreed to, is I believe it's fair. They're trying to make it work, and they know that I'm trying to make it work. So something that when I bring something to the board, I think it'll be a win-win situation, including the 100 more homes MOU.
Okay, follow up and then.
Thank you. So I think it's 100 more homes that I'm wanting to address. So I understand when they did the point of count, homeless count, that they counted people who are living, on couches, in tents. In rural communities, it's people living in RVs and cars, all those sort of things. So is that what's going to be counted? Or are we only limiting ourselves to what's the current count style is now?
I think that's to be determined, and that'll be part of the discussion when we meet with 100 more homes, but is
I couldn't have said,
CAO
I
first?
couldn't have said it better. It's, the MOU will determine, and it's what they are able to do. Is you can't go to a door and knock, is there someone that's homeless in your home? So it's gonna have to, it's gonna be what is
Yeah, it's
feasible.
what we can count for sure. But is this to this question, Director Gilbert? Go ahead and then.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. The
That
pit
was
count
yours.
does include people who are living in vehicles. So it is people, like when they do the pit count, like they have a pretty good idea where people are in the city. And so they meet them where they're at, and that's how they create that pit count. So it is through the shelter, and it's also through going out into the community. So I can imagine that they're gonna probably know the areas in the regional district where that's happening and go out to make those counts as well. But yeah, that I believe it is part of it in the pit count is people who are living in cars, like that was in the report, I believe.
Thank you. Director Roberts and I, we had this conversation when they presented, and we asked for exactly that, because in our rural areas, that's what we see. We see vehicles on the road pullout sites, and we see, on the side of the roads. That's what we're seeing, not necessarily the tents, right? So that's what we were really looking for, and they very clearly said that that was not part of their count, and that they
Yeah,
didn't have the
and that's why
capacity
we
to
need
do
to
it.
have
But
the-
that's what we need in rural communities.
Yeah, the choice or the conversation needs to happen. Go ahead, Director Stewart.
Thank you, through the chair. That's correct, Director Monteith, that the pit count was done specifically within Penticton locality. It involved their familiarity with where people are currently residing, including shelters. It also had a really very broad, I asked specifically about that in our council meeting presentation, a very broad representation, including people that were couch surfing, people that were living within the context of their parents' homes. But the number one question on the survey was, did you pay money for the bed that you slept in last night? And so that broadly increased the perspective around the people that would be necessarily included. I suggested that there was a cultural bias inherent in that question that wasn't maybe attributed. They currently are not, as far as I understand, broadening their view or inclusion or perspective to the regional area, so they wouldn't have the information that you guys are talking about with regard to people living in pullouts and those types of things. The numbers, I don't have them right in front of me, but I agree that you're right close on the money. The specific numbers, there was 193, I believe, and of that, or actually, no, sorry, I'm talking about the TWS, the numbers that they presented with regard to residents were a much lower percentage that were Penticton residents for 5 years or longer, but that accumulated with Penticton residents that were here 1 year or less or 2 years or less. It was marginalizing on the 60%. The rest of the 40% was very broad and included representation from other provinces, from down at the coast, not necessarily specifically drawing from the regional district. And so I would hesitate to know what your service and representation is with regard to that. Thank you.
Okay, I see more hands, but I've got Director Bloomfield and then Roberts.
Yeah, I think what needs to be understood is that pit counts are done across the country. They're done in several different provinces, in lots of different communities. And the pit count is not a guaranteed number as to how many people are homeless. It's only, the only guarantee is the minimum, because they can't find everybody at that point in time. They have a good idea as to where they are. The pit counts, as Director Stewart said, the pit counts do include people in shelters. And so the pit counts show the homeless that are in shelters and then the homeless that are unsheltered. And but again, it's the only guarantee is that's a minimum. It could be a lot larger number than what is on the pit count.
For sure. Director Roberts and then Coyne.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. And as brought up by Director Monteith, I think especially in Area G, and I would say as well in Area B, the majority of our homeless are people living in dilapidated RVs on farms, and on ranches where there's actually little hamlets That's where our grouping, so similar to a tent camp, but they're allowed on there, and whether or not they're getting some of their social services checks or whatever going to pay for the power cord going out to the dilapidated trailer or not. Or they're along the regional trail and 4 or 5. And that's where the majority in our neck of the woods are.
Okay, Director Coyne?
Yeah, I mean, point in time counts are not perfect. They're the tool that we have. There is another model that the province doesn't recognize, that United Way has used it in the past in other locations. And it's something that if we continue forward, we can ask if there's a way that we can employ that in the greater region, because it's an ongoing count that takes into account a whole bunch of other things. But for funding for housing and all the rest of it, the standard is this point in time count thing that really it's one day. They go out and they try to count everybody in one day, and then it's based on statistics from there and blah blah blah. But it's not perfect. It is what it is. We just finally got our first one after asking for 7 years, but we got it. But it's still not perfect because it's not accurate.
Okay. All right. Anything further on that, CAO? It's in the works. 2026 Strategic Priorities and Action Work Plan. I think we need Matt to come up on this one, and I'll go to the CAO for a
Thank you, Chair.
date
So
here.
the purpose of this report is to present the 2026 Strategic Priorities and Action Plan for the board's approval. One thing I want to say, as I stated earlier, this is something that first time that you've seen the actual recommendations. It can be changed at any given time, given the priorities that may occur in the future, in the present and the future. Matt's here to give it to you as staff's presented it. We cannot do all the wish lists at the same time. We also don't have the capacity to do all the wish lists that are being asked for. And there's going to be, no project will ever be canceled, but it could be moved from one year to another. But it's at the board's discretion of what gets moved. It's also, after you've seen the staff recommendation, Matt will change it around based on your approval. So with that, Matt, you do have a PowerPoint presentation.
We'll let Matt get that going. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just want to start with this, as the CEO mentioned. There's different statuses that can take place over the year. We can make additions to this plan. We can remove projects from this plan. We can defer projects to future time, and we can make scope changes. So those are things that we've identified that we've needed to have in place. There's a process for those. So just want to start with that. I'll also mention too, before I get started, there's a couple projects since further analysis. We've got 2 duplicated tracking codes in here that relate to 2 different projects in public works. So we'll address those. That's 24160. So I'll work with the staff, and we'll just, historically, those numbers are there. So I'm not sure how we have retained those numbers, but that's where we are. There's also 2 projects that are duplicated with different tracking codes. We'll address that. Those are regarding performance measurement tracking. So we'll start with that. So I just want to provide some overview, and then we'll sort of get into this. The report is very detailed. This is a little bit more higher level. Not going yet. Let's leave it there. So to begin, there's 5 levels to strategic planning: strategic vision and strategic mission that's developed by the board. That was created a couple years ago and revisited with Alan Nielsen. It's different than the vision and the mission for the organization. This is the strategic vision and strategic mission. And I believe that's included in the report. It's quite some short paragraphs. Then we move into themes. Themes are, again, the broad strategic direction. There are 5 of those themes as developed by the board. And below those are 16 priorities, again, developed by the board a couple years ago. Alan Nielsen was here a few months ago in November, revisited those, had a workshop. His recommendations are provided in the report. those are focus areas. Those are not specifically the actions and the projects and the initiatives. Those are just a little bit higher level. Staff are then responsible for the actions to work everything and get that done. Those are the areas that are sort of below that priority. So again, board sets the priorities and the themes. Staff determine the actions to achieve the priorities. These are the 16 priorities and 5 themes in the dark color above. We also have an operational category we just identified in 2025. Some projects didn't fit specifically into one. They were more operational projects that needed to take place. So we have an extra category there. There are no recommendations to change the current themes and priorities. This will be reviewed for next year with the board. So the difference between core work and actions, what you're seeing today is a list of nearly 200 projects. Those are the actions. Those are the substantive time-bound projects and initiatives. They're internal that support different things corporately, and external for services and programs and things like that. Core work, we'll get into that a little bit more. Core work accounts for what we've averaged of 71% of staff time overall. And those are all of the other things that have to happen and need to happen operationally to meet the needs of services and programs. So actions, we've got 2 different ones. There's strategic actions and operational actions. Again, just kind of breaking those down. The images that here are taking one of the priorities, partnering with municipalities, and from a previous, this is from 2025, a couple that fit under that, and how we sort of are aligning actions with priorities. We're focused on that. And then again, operational ones may fit more with certain departments such as public works and things like that. Strategic Progress Tracker. So this is something that we've developed a couple of years ago. This is an internal program to keep us on track. The management team sat and reviewed every project and every division and allocated hours to each of them, every row and every column. And that's how we got our estimated time to complete projects. We had another year under our belt, a little bit more experience. We feel like we have accurate or closer to accurate numbers. Again, they are estimated. We develop criteria, urgency, impact, and feasibility, and consider those for each of the priorities of what is included. Departments are given that allotment of above and below 3%, and I can get into a little bit more detail on that too. And actions are complete. We can come back to the board and say, we have capacity, let's take something else on. That's the goal. We don't want to be overburdened. We don't want to be underburdened. We want to come in right level and be able to come back to the board and say, we have capacity. We want to take on something new. That's the goal. Tracking codes, again, you'll see these, they're just numbers. That's really what they are. They keep us kind of, we can reference them quicker. They don't really mean a lot more than that, except that you'll see any projects that start with a 24, 25, and 26. That's the year they were added to the list. They may not have started in that year, but they were added to the list. And anything with a 0.9 is something that's come from the board or a director. So that's our way to organize and classify a little bit easier.
The number right after the decimal point is indicating.
So you may, to the chair, so you may see a 24.915 or something like that. That 9 indicates that it is there. We should not have 899 staff projects.
Okay.
So that's why we went with the 9. And again, we're also, when it was developed, we had less than 100 from the board and from the directors. So we chose 9 as just a high number.
Perfect.
So you'll see that.
Okay.
So anything 9, 01, 02, 03, and counting up to 99. Beyond that, we'll figure it out where we need to go. But you'll see those 9s for each of the years. This is a very kind of high level screenshot. I've got 2 of these of how we built the strategic tracker. Staff list their projects in as an action. We assign a lead division and department. We discuss whether it's going to be carried into future years. There's lots of budgetary decisions and other things like that. There's other columns where we attach staff specifically to them. We prioritize these actions. And then to the right, what you aren't seeing right now is an estimate for every department, every division by every project. That's what the totals are on the side. That's how we got there. This is a little bit, if you scroll to the right, this is what it would look like. You've got a project, we're allocating hours, we're taking into account the scope of the project, which is something that's new for 2026 to allocate those. And then you can see some totals across the top. Again, just screenshots, not accurate numbers, perhaps as of today. So contributions to this have come from the management team, senior leadership team, fire chiefs, and mostly electoral area directors have provided that feedback. Again, the board is also contributing those as well. We began on going biweekly tracking midway through 2024, and it really gives us a good sense of how we're doing and where we're projected to be. So just go, there's a couple more here. Just quickly looking at where we were 2024 and 2025. That bottom line starting, it starts in the middle of the year. That's when our tracking officially took place in 2024. It was also the beginning of the flexible scheduling initiative, the 4-day work week. And we tracked progress to the end of the year and ended at 91%. 2025, we had a similar or the same completion rate, but you could see the tracking again starts low and we build, and then there's sort of a jump after the summer. Those later few months of the year starts to progress a little higher. So we have data now for 2 years and we'll continue to build on this as well. So we'll move into 2026. So I thought it was very important to look at there's sort of operational divisions and administrative divisions. They're very, they're not official, I don't believe, titles, but that's kind of what I'm going with here. 71% is the average core work. So if you take all staff that are working, 71% of their time when we're looking at who's involved in projects goes to core and 29% to actions. At the bottom, you can see that the administrative divisions are a little bit more core related. There's just more tasks that they're doing to support projects, and the operational divisions have more actions percentages because they're the ones that are doing more certain projects. They have more on their list. Okay, so you can break it down by different divisions. Just thought it was a interesting way to look at it. And then again, you can sort of see with administrative divisions a little bit more level of how we're allocating time to projects and to core work. This is very high level. This is much more detailed in the report. It goes down into particular positions and divisions in the report. This is high level departmental that you can see. The 3% is where our goal is. And what we do is we allocate time to projects and we subtract all of that and figure out if we're within and out of range based on that kind of 71%. Again, if the last 2 slides make sense, some divisions are a little bit more involved in projects and actions and initiatives, some a little bit more on core. This is the high end, the number where we get. So you can see we're very close on many. The managing director senior leadership team has a little bit more involvement in a lot of those projects, and we recognize that they're very involved in a lot of the operational and core work. So their percentage is a little bit different. And then legislative services with a deficit, and it's due to capacity in the team and the number of projects that they're involved in overall. So it's quite, that's an average in the team, not just by person. In the report, you'll see it actually is much more, the numbers differ a little bit more there. So our 2026 work plan, that's where we're at right now. We have 177 projects. These are the actions that we're proposing to move forward with. We have 3 of them that are contingent on approvals and funding. They're in the plan, but we're not really tracking them because they're not officially starting yet. If that comes up and we're going to move forward, we'll move them into the plan and we'll come back to the board with that. We have 50 projects that are sitting in holding right now. Those are the projects that we've looked at, analyzed, scoped out many of those projects, and currently just staff did not determine that there was capacity to take those all on. So we've gone with 177 plus 3. You can see the total amount of hours, total available time right across the organization for staff working on projects or involved in a project at any time. So this may not include like a scale house attendant at a landfill. They're not in a project, working on a project, they're very, very 100% core. They would not be in this total, but about 95 FT staff is what our total is for that amount of hours. So you break that down at core work and the time for actions. I believe in 2025, we had about 36,000 hours. We've kind of balanced that. We've had some adjustments in staff. We're at 32,000 hours, so we're similar. Again, the difference in 4,000 hours is not a lot of staff, a couple. And different allocations and estimates as well. That's where we're at. The holding, this is the catchment of actions that are not currently in a work plan. In the past, we assigned a date to them that it was the current year's holding list, and that's where it belonged, but it's now just a holding list. What we've developed is that staff have determined that actions that are in holding and do not move for 2 years, we will assess them and we may remove them after that period. We would come back to the board if we're going to remove anything off any work plan though.
Okay, had a question over here, Director Roberts.
Yeah, thank you, the chair. And you did kind of follow up on that you would get back to the board. The reason I bring that back is, as pertains to alternate housing concept, which is now, I think, down at 163, which was also a motion at through strategic planning back in 2019 through Director Coyne Senior and myself, kind of looking at when we find that things become rotating constantly to the bottom. You're saying 2 years, it should then come back to the board if all of a sudden it's kind of hit a plateau, or we can find out what are the barriers and what things need to be done. Is that correct?
Staff, Matt?
To the chair? Yes, that's correct. There could be a barrier. So we would like to identify that. Some may sit dormant for a period of time, but ultimately the board has the ability at any time to identify which of those are on holding and action them, move them on.
CAO?
So the board could take any one of those items and move them to immediate action. But one of the things that 2-year limit that Matt's talking about, that came from me. A lot of them are capital projects that go back to a previous board even. And most municipalities have a limit in that if the project does not start, you don't keep bringing it over. So after what I stated, it's after 2 years, it comes back to the board to see if you still want to have it. And that's only if it hasn't started. If it started, then we have to finish it.
Okay. Continue on. Or did you have a question, Director Gettens? Okay, go ahead, Matt.
Thank you. In the 50 actions that are there, we've totaled about 6,300 hours. I think in 2025, the number was roughly 11,000 hours, but those were fully scoped projects with estimates on all of them. Half of the holding projects, which is about 25 of them, haven't been scoped, haven't had hours allocated. So that 6,300 is low. So we estimate it to, nearly double depending on the scope of those projects or so. So again, we're close again to that 11 or 12,000 hours of hours required to complete those projects. Nearly done. So our recommended process for reallocating projects, again, the committee of the whole here is staff are recommending to the committee of the whole to review the proposed work plan for its alignment with priorities. The committee can then identify which of the actions would be moved to holding to make room for new projects. Again, that's the additions, the removals, deferrals, and scope changes. Those are the 4 things, right? And then the resource assessment, staff feel it's very important that we conduct an assessment to ensure that we can take on the capacity. There may be something that is a barrier, and we need to identify that before it comes back on the plan. So we feel like it could be a quick assessment with the managing team before we just bring it back on or add it right onto the plan. That's where we sort of stand. So again, in closing, we're aligning this with the board's vision and mission, themes and priorities. We want to provide structure and long-term goals. Bi-weekly tracking will ensure accountability and start as soon as the plan is adopted. The holding list is the flexibility that you can look at and say, I really want to move this, or we really want to move this. What do we shift? And again, it comes down to scope and resource allocation. This has really been a team building exercise for us. Very strong interdepartmental collaboration has been required. We have to review every project by every department, and we identify the administrative departments are like, wait a second, IT and GIS are involved in this. Just like this is, you know, we need to get involved too. Rather than a department just making a decision to take on any project and push it through, there's other departments that really need to be included. So that has been one of our biggest things that we've enjoyed, right? And then again, long-term feedback is supporting strategic planning. So again, a recommendation that the committee of the whole recommend to the board of directors to adopt the 2026 strategic action work plan as presented. And there is an alternate recommendation. Happy to take questions.
Okay, any questions? I start with Director Gettins.
Yeah, thanks to the chair. I think this is great. This, your overview in this detailed report, I think represents a lot of work. And I can imagine the complexities between the departments, because that is a definitely new thing for the regional district. And I think that's going to be a huge help as this process matures. I have some specific questions about the report that we got in our package. And is it okay if I ask those now? Because I just want to get some clarification on it. So one around the Sage Mesa water system acquisition. So that's something, and I think it's like from 24.112, because it came from the year 2024. So there's a number of hours, excuse me, for that. And I'm assuming those are hours projected for this year, like 604 hours, not how many hours has been put into it. That's got to be correct. Okay.
Matt, is it?
To the chair, I'll clarify, and this was not included in the presentation. Our estimates, and we've been working on this with the staff team, when they're allocating hours, is not for the whole project because it may be multi-year. It's for this work plan. We're allocating staff, have, one FTE is 1,456 hours is what we've allocated. So if you're just looking at this year, January to December, that is the amount of hours for this year, this phase of work that's required.
Okay.
As of 2027, we'll see what's left and what needs to be done and allocate just for that. So yes, that's a very important differentiation.
And then just to follow up with Sage Mesa, there's 295 hours for the feasibility study between Penticton, Indiana, and Sage Mesa, and then another 75 hours for water options development with the city. I think it would be helpful for, I just think moving forward, it would be helpful to kind of have them grouped a little bit, because if the vote's a no in April, then those things will be put off. So maybe just if that can be possible, I think that would be really great. And then the 295 hours for the PIB, I think are those some of those consulting hours? Because a consultant's doing the work, so I'm just curious about that. Sorry, I know these are detailed, but I want to know.
Consultants aren't staff, so it's staff hours. And Matt could tell you where those hours would be coming from. Lisa's smiling, so I think it's coming from her department. Lisa?
Okay, no, I understand if they're coming from, I just thought it was a lot of hours for consultants.
No, they're not included in there then, the consultant hours. This is just staff.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want an answer? Lisa, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the reason the hours are specifically high for that one is we're anticipating moving from the pre-feasibility study that we're doing now onto the next phase.
Okay.
If we do not, then some of those hours will come down, but we'd anticipated that. That's why they're.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I do have a few more, and they're a bit detailed, but is that all right? Because I don't want to pass this without the changes. So
Now's the time.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, guys. So 25.943. So West Bench Elementary Northfield purchase partner with PIV. This is something that started in 2019, actually, and we did a presentation to the school district in 2021 with PAC and the APC. And at the time, the RDOS was proposing the Northfield that doesn't get maintained by the school district, that perhaps the community could buy it and do something with that Northfield. It's my understanding now that the school district is actually looking to sell that. They made that public. And I understand that there's an agreement between the Ministry of Education and something that I don't know what's happening to that Northfield and if the school district's keeping it or not, but it's not, I wouldn't consider a strategic priority any longer. It's just sort of a close the loop to even know what happened, because I understand.
Okay, CAO?
I do have an answer, but I have to answer it in camera.
Okay, thanks. So, and then when we see something like the Greater West Bench invasive species and the regional invasive tree program, they're not two separate things. So if we want some of those little minor details, do you want me to send you an email about that rather than taking the board time?
Matt?
To the chair. So yes, and I think what's very important too is that the lead department is included in that. There should be some
Okay.
discussions with them. I can
Makes good
coordinate
sense.
that, but it can become a lot. But again, ultimately, I'm sort of the keeper of all the projects. The background, the scope of these projects, and all the work to work on them is led by the department.
Okay, and then rather than making everybody go through all these details with me, I can bring back some changes through that process. If I can align a hold item and align it with the themes, I can bring it back to this board and say, this aligns with the themes and I'd like to bump this up if there's some extra room somewhere.
Yep, anybody can do that. It can be done today too.
Okay, and then I'll wrap it up here then, because I know I've taken a lot of time. The only thing that I would find interesting is just to also see what are regional work and then how's the work is divided by community and area. And I'd say, for example, with Area F, like I know so much work has gone into Area F that wasn't anticipated around the Sage Mesa. But I think it's kind of interesting to see that just so we can help balance for everybody across the region, because I know we all think our regions or our areas are the most important. So I think if we could help balance that a little bit, that would be really helpful information if it's possible. But awesome work. This is going to be, I think, a great tool moving forward.
CEO?
Just want to comment on the balancing part. Sometimes it's not possible to balance year to year, but over the number of years, the 4 years that you're here, I can see it balanced. So I would stress that we don't try to do it each on a year-to-year basis.
Okay. Director Stewart, Taylor, and Fedrigo.
Thank you through the chair. Just briefly, I just wanted to commend staff for moving this forward. It's a great initiative and it really maximizes and makes you all more efficient in terms of that collaborative piece and the interdepartmental communication. That's going to make things easier for us to do our jobs and for the community to understand. So thanks.
Okay. Director Taylor?
Yeah, two quick comments and request. One, along the lines of what Director Gettens was talking about, could we have a column for ones that are specific to an area and actually record what that area is? And then when we get that spreadsheet, like I've got 15 or 20 items, but I've got to look through 300 lines to find them, and I can't do it. Okay, I just can't. But if I had that
track of which ones you looked
I
at.
can't even remember what the hell I'm sorry, what I'm looking for, why I went into the swamp. But I mean, that's not criticism, that's just constructive. This is a really good tool. Second, could we tie it to the budget cycle in that I think I should be sitting with people in planning and community services for an hour or two to look at my list and possibly move things forward or back, but there's going to be budget implications. So
I think that's kind of the intent at points. CAO, you want to clarify?
That ultimately, we'd like to have this done in December so that it ties in with the budget. It just happened that it didn't work out this year, but I'm hoping next year it will.
yeah, and I can see it, I can see it a real challenge to, as we're wading through, sorry, Jim, but the 1,000 pages of budget stuff now to add another 3 or 4 pages is challenging, but it's the right time to do it.
Okay.
I'm proud that it's 1,100 pages because we're transparent.
Director Fedrigo, and then Monteith.
Thank you, the chair. I've got a few questions. Maybe a comment on this one, but because there are so many to wade through and a hefty amount of them are like electoral area based, would it be prudent to split them out, that if it's a municipality or organization wide, it comes to the committee or the board, and then any of the EA ones specific could maybe come to the EA committee for us to maybe further discuss, so then that way our poor municipal partners don't have to hear all the nitty gritty on some of the ones that specific that we could have deeper conversations. So I'm just throwing that one out there. There is a lot on here. There's a lot for Naramata, especially our water system. So I would like to see some of those go to my water committee for discussion, just to see what their thoughts are on that. So I'd struggle to put this through today just because I would like the advice of my committee to see what their thoughts are on what our water system, just hear their thoughts on that. I guess that's not really a question, more a comment on that one. Two questions now. What happens if we, as a board, cut a staff proposed project that's on the list? And then if we were on a 5-day work week, would that change the available hours?
So I'll go to the CAO, probably best to answer those.
If it's a staff project that's eliminated, and that means it opens up hours, that means we would bring something that's in the holding side over, based on what the board would like. As far as a 5-day work week, it would be a very immaterial amount, because even though it's 4-day work week, they're still working more hours.
Yeah, would really be no change probably.
There would be a very small material change, but not very much.
Okay. Director Monteith?
Thank you, through the chair. So I love that this report comes to us because I can see at a level of my involvement what's going on and what I've requested. But as I've brought up before, there's duplicate projects on here that are listed in more than one spot. They're the exact same project. There's an example 26.020. I've pulled the project. I didn't fund it. Like there's projects in here that are just not aligned with the financial budget as well. So I do need to spend more time with staff going through this, and I don't think this is the time. But and there's things that are active right now, like the Farley Lake Water Service. That's a 0 on here, but yet we're actively working on it. So I don't feel that my tasks are handled in this. So I can't support it today.
CAO?
So this is something that we expect the board to look at this. If there is duplicates, if there's something that you don't want on there, you let us know. But we have to start. We just can't sit twiddling our thumbs. So I'm asking the board to accept this for now, but you also can bring this up at any given time. And what we will do is we'll bring it up at every CAO update. So there will be a CAO update at at this level for the electoral area committee meeting. So or not the electoral area, it should be at this level so that we can change. So if you have any changes, let Matt know and he'll adjust it. And at any given time, you could bring it up as a notice motion or come to us and we'll bring it up to make the changes.
Okay, you were meaning it would come to the committee of the whole meeting?
Yeah, committee of the whole, yes.
Okay. Director Gettens?
Thanks to the chair. I've got 2 questions. The negative 88% for legislative services, how are we going to address that? Because that seems like an impossible hill to climb. And then I have a follow-up, please.
Go to Ms. Batten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So at this time, with it being an election year, we have put in hours having to assume that there will be an election in every electoral area. That is not always the case. We will most likely get some hours back because of that. And so at this time, we are putting everything out there, but expecting that we will not have to use all those hours, which will then free up hours to continue on with the other projects. In legislative services, we seem to, in one way or another, have a little bit of a finger in most of the projects that happen here, whether it's through a bylaw, agendas, whatever it is. But we do recognize that we do not want to hold up the projects that are happening in this organization. So we are going to figure out a way to make this work.
And hopefully get a few helping hands along the way during the election process. Okay. follow. Go ahead.
It's not necessarily a follow-up question to Ms. Batten, but just in general, there are some changes that I wanted to talk to staff as well about before we adopt the strategic, because I think it's hard to bring that back once the board agrees. So I'm going to ask to defer this to the next meeting. And then the EA directors, if you need to make those tweaks, do it now between now and the next meeting. And then we're going to have the plan there so we don't have to go and debate it afterwards, please.
Okay. So the motion to defer it to the next committee of the whole is moved and seconded. We'll call a question on that unless there's some, and then after this, I'm suspecting it's going to probably approve, but we'll see after the vote. But definitely, if you've got issues with it, deal with them. Don't hold off until the next meeting. Deal with them. You've got at least 2 weeks. So we'll call the question. All those in favor of deferral? And those opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, Matt, for all that. And we will probably be bugging you a little bit, so expect expect an influx of emails and meeting requests. So go ahead, Director Federico.
Thank you, the chair. Can we get clarification on who we are sending those changes to? Like, do you want us going to Matt? Because then, like, what's the chain you want in here?
Okay, we'll let the CAO answer that.
Matt's a single point of contact, and then he will get everybody involved that needs to be.
And if it requires a meeting, he will
Yeah,
set that
he
up.
will
If
set
it's
it.
something like this is listed on there twice, he'll take care of it in all likelihood. So
Correct.
do a good read over this, because there are a few duplicates. I raised that with him this morning, and it's easy to do. There's so many of them on there, unless you're familiar with what you're putting forward, which we are individually. It's a lot harder for staff to pick those out than it is for us. So take a double check on it, please. Anything further on this?
I just want to say again, I think it's really great. Like I think it's going to be such a good tool and I'm looking forward to it. And I'd love to see this list like really short and tight and clear. So good job.
Well, I don't know about the short, because we keep making a long list of projects. CAO?
So this is what the LGMA have asked us to speak on. And just to remind all the directors that it's also tied to the exempt performance increase. So last year, we were 2 years in a row now 91%, and I'd like to see higher.
Yeah. Yeah, there's always so many unknowns though with this, because this year we were lucky and didn't have a bad season in terms of emergencies. So we didn't lose a lot of staff hours there. Who knows what this year's going to bring? By the looks of it, we shouldn't be faced with floods, but who knows after that? But we will see. And thank you very much for your work on this. It is much appreciated, Matt and Jim, for the work on this. I think that's the end of our agenda. So looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved, seconded. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Great. We are ahead of schedule. I just got to check. I believe lunch is here. So we were half an hour ahead, but we will just start. We're to 12:30 was what we had it on here. No? Lunch. Okay, we're perfect. 12:30 then we will list as the start time. We're a few minutes ahead. Roughly 12:30, we'll get going on the Electoral Area Services Committee. So break for lunch. Okay, we will get started here in just a moment once everybody gets back to their seats and if Director Coyne's online.
This municipality thing's working out now. But I thought you wanted to stay.
Just for the folks online, this is the Electoral Areas Committee. You're welcome to stay if you want, but you're not forced to by any means. So if you've got other things to do. I just thought I'd throw that out there. I think we've got everybody back in the room for the electoral area directors except, oh, Director Gettens just went for something. So we'll call the meeting to order and look for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded, all in favor? Great. Any opposed? That motion carries. First item up is the Parks and Recreation Commission minutes. For information, CAO, or whom am I putting this over to?
Me, sorry, Chair, me.
Okay.
So this is, just as you stated, this is to provide Electoral Area Service Committee with the most recent Parks and Recreation Commission minutes for review and to highlight the resolutions forwarded by the Commission for committee consideration. This is where anything on here that will be added, that's an action item, will be added that will continue to come back until the action item is handled, if there are any. Nothing further than that.
Okay. So the ones in these minutes weren't anything that we needed to deal with? It was
Not
more
at
of an
this-
example?
Yeah, not at this time.
Okay. All right. Do we need to receive them or are they just here for information? They'll be received at the regular board meeting then in the future?
Mr. Chair, it is the intention that this only comes to the EA.
Okay. No problem. Then we should probably receive them, should we not? Or are they go to Ms. Batten?
Mr. Chair, there is no need to.
Okay.
It's in the report here, and by way of you accepting the agenda, you have received all the reports.
Okay. Fair enough. Review of large holdings. Oh, question? Go ahead, Director Taylor.
I just wanted to go back on, I like the idea of getting the summary of what's in there. And I get operational, that's of no concern, but to me, I'd like it to like board action required capital, board action required resource. Just a little bit more clear there.
CAO?
The action items are going to be split into core work, capital work, or required work. So that's how it's gonna come back.
And so capital work or the other one are gonna mean that needs board attention. Is that right?
CAO?
Yes, because just because they ask for something doesn't mean the board will accept it because it affects strategic priorities. So is the board willing to take something off to add something on?
All right, follow up, or not a follow up, but over to you, Director Federico.
Yes, thank you, the chair. Just a point of clarification, because some of the reports that we got indicated that to move this to the board. So when we discuss this and if we make, like if we approve any of these, this committee minutes will go on the consent agenda. So then, or are these items then, depending on what we talk about, going to be removed individually and put onto the board agenda separately? Does that make
CAO?
sense?
So even though it's strictly asking for work within the electoral areas, if it affects strategic priorities, that's a board decision. So it has to be moved to the board because the board has to decide what comes off and then what comes on.
I think she was referring to the entire agenda and
Just the action items would be on there, be a separate report, which Matt will bring to you.
as I was seeing it, and I could be wrong, but I assumed everything was going to be as a consent agenda item, and then if somebody wanted to discuss it further, they would bring it out in the board meeting. But is that staff's understanding of it?
You can bring it up at the, yes, you can bring it up at the board meeting, but if it's an action item, staff brings it up at the board meeting.
Okay. So down to item C, which is the review of the large holdings, one site specific in area A. Over to CAO for introduction and probably staff.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of this report is to seek direction from the board regarding large holdings on site specific for zoning that applies to approximately 25 article parcels fronting Raven Hill Road and 9 Mile Place in electoral area A. Staff is here to answer questions, and there is a PowerPoint presentation, and I'll forward this to Chris.
Over to you, Chris.
Great, thank you. I'll just wait for the PowerPoint to come up. Oh, here it is. So further to the introduction that the CAO just provided, this is a review or proposed review of the large holdings one site specific zoning that applies to 25 parcels at Anarchist. And I've got some slides that give some context here. So I just want to start with a quick background, statutory authority for the benefit of the board. As you may know, because most electoral areas have zoning bylaws, it is section 479 of the Local Government Act that sets out the board's authority in relation to that. The board can divide the whole or only a part of the RD into zones. And as the board's aware, these zones can regulate, amongst other things, use, density. And when I say the siting of buildings, I'm referring to the building envelope, so setbacks, height, parcel coverage, et cetera. So typically a zone is standard and will be applied to dozens, potentially even hundreds of parcels, and it establishes a consistent set of regulations. And so you can see the example here I have drawn from OK Falls. I chose this one because it does show potentially hundreds of parcels zoned low density residential. Now, a variation of a zone is the site specific, which again, the board's familiar with because we do see these on a fairly regular basis. And a site-specific zone can carve out an exception to an existing zone, whether that's in relation to allowing a density that's exceeding what's allowed typically, allowing a dwelling type or use that's not otherwise contemplated, and even potentially, although less frequent, a different type of building envelope than what that zone might allow. And so I've got here just an example for the board's benefit. Even though this is showing multiple parcels, it's, I think, de facto run as a single one. It's in Caledon. And so the site specific that applies here was used to introduce uses that aren't typically associated with the Ag 1 zone, and that's banquet facilities, botanical gardens. And then you can also see that this particular one, which is one of the reasons why I chose it, addresses floor area, which again is the siting of buildings. So gives a sense of how a site specific works. Less common is where you get site specifics that apply to dozens of parcels. In those situations, normally you might see a whole new zone created as opposed to a site specific applied. And in the case of Anarchist Mountain, we do have this site specific. It's right up against the eastern boundary of the regional district. And it applies to the 25 parcels, as the CEO indicated, fronting 9 Mile Road and Raven Hill Road. This specific site specific was introduced in 2003, and it was part of the vision for what was then understood to be the Regal Ridge development that was going to occur up on top of Anarchist. And it actually, as I understand it, applied to one of the first phases. And the original vision for Regal Ridge was of larger parcel sizes, one principal dwelling unit, and restrictions on non-residential uses. Including the number of livestock that could be allowed up on the mountain. Now I'm just going to go back to the zoning map. You can see that that site specific is kind of unique and wasn't really replicated. The vision for Regal Ridge changed after 2003, and it went from the 4 hectare parcel sizes down to 1 hectare. And the restrictions on livestock and accessory dwellings wasn't carried forward. So in a sense, this site specific at the east end of the electoral area is kind of a remnant, and no longer reflective of how that development proceeded in subsequent years. Now, I've just thrown in this slide as a reminder, because as the board is aware, the province is encouraging local governments to try to provide a flexible and more favorable regulatory regime for housing development in their areas. And one of those aspects of the provincial guide is encouraging the development of dwelling units, whether that's in the form of secondary suites and accessory dwellings. Now, more recently, we have received a rezoning application from a property owner up in this site-specific area, and they're asking for a modification to the site-specific restrictions. I appreciate that we haven't brought this forward for the board's consideration, but I'll just give a really quick outline. They're essentially asking for the prohibition on accessory dwellings to be removed so that they can develop an accessory dwelling on their parcel. And looking at this rezoning application from a staff level, we think that that request has merit, but we also think it has merit beyond the individual who's made the application. It probably has merit for the whole of this particular area. So we're seeking direction from the board on this. We would like to see the restriction removed in its entirety, and that would be the benefit, or to the benefit of the applicant, but we also feel it would also be to the benefit of adjacent property owners. It would save them having to put in individual applications, which of course the board is aware is probably $3,000 per application. It would also be beneficial to staff so that we would potentially avoid having to deal with multiple rezonings, dealing with the same issue in the same location. So just summarizing, the proposal is that the board give direction to replace the site-specific zoning for this property, and in its place we just apply a standard large holdings 1 zoning that would allow for accessory dwellings. It would remove some of the non-residential restrictions, and that also includes removing the restrictions on livestock. So this is the recommendation before you. The second part is, and this is drawn from the board's procedures bylaw, when a project is initiated, you do have the ability to postpone a rezoning application. And if the board is of an opinion to initiate this, and if it is implemented, that rezoning application would be canceled and the fees returned to the applicant. But if this particular project is not, I suspect we would be bringing forward that rezoning application to a future meeting for your consideration. In terms of alternatives to the board, so as I just spoke, if there's no desire to initiate this, that would be the status quo. And while staff are proposing that the site-specific be removed in its entirety, there are other options available to the board. You could retain the site-specific, but modify it. How you choose to modify it's up to you, but it could be simply modifying it only to remove the prohibition on accessory dwellings while leaving the restrictions on other uses, including livestock, in place. So that's it for my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the board might have.
Okay. I'm not seeing any hands immediately. I do have one question. I know this was sort of brought up when we were doing that greater, what do you want to call it, the SHMOO project that we canceled sort of thing at the end. And if I remember right, there was some comments because we'd went out to the public on this at that time, and I don't think there was a great deal of support for this at that time. So my question is what would be the process if we move this forward? Would it be consultation up front with the residents or after the fact that you've got a proposed zoning, or is it going to just be what you've seen? Anyway, if you can answer that.
So through the chair, I can answer the first part. So I do recall seeing, I want to say, a representation from a property owner up in this location. I can't remember if there was others, but there was certainly at least one, and I recall them being opposed. I think the original proposal at that time was also to remove the site-specific in its entirety. I can't remember if there was aspects of it that that person was in favor or opposed to. We can certainly look into that. In terms of the second question, from staff's perspective, we're going to have to do engagement with the community up there anyway in relation to the rezoning application that has been submitted. So given that, we would prefer to do engagement with everybody who's affected by the site-specific and to gauge their interest in having it removed. And so we would be sending out notices, seeking feedback, and depending on what we heard from residents in this location, then coming back to the board and saying, well, here's what we heard. Do you still wish to proceed with this? Do you wish to modify it, or do you wish to stop this and just deal with it on a case-by-case basis and simply deal with the one property that's come in with the rezoning application?
Okay, because if it's the upfront, I would like to see it probably go that route just to hear what the residents say, because I don't know what everybody's thinking. I do not believe, though, they want the entire site-specific taken off. I think maybe the livestock restriction should probably stay. But we'll see where it goes. If someone's prepared to move that for me, that would be my recommendation, moved and seconded. Any discussion on it? We'll see in the future, I guess, but for now, I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. And here I had said when we were electing that there wasn't much going on in Area A, and the top first two on the agenda are Area A. So next one, CAO.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of this report is to seek direction from the board regarding the proposed revision to the floodplain evaluation for Osoyoos Lake Electoral Area A, with the administrative recommendation being that the Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw 2800/2022 be amended in order to incorporate a floodplain evaluation for 280.8 meters geotech survey of Canada datum of Osoyoos Lake. There is a PowerPoint presentation. Staff's here to answer questions.
Over to you, Chris.
Great, thank you. Through the chair and further to the CAO's introduction. So yes, this is a proposed review of the floodplain elevation for Osoyoos Lake. Sorry, okay. As per usual, I'm just starting with some statutory authority background. So there is a particular section of the Act, Local Government Act, that does allow the board to regulate development within a floodplain. This statutory authority allows for you to establish flood levels, which is what we're discussing today, as well as setbacks from various water courses, whether it's rivers, lakes, ponds, streams, etc. There is also a requirement for consideration to be given to provincial guidelines, but I don't think that's really going to be applicable with the proposed amendments being considered today. Again, some historical context for the board's benefit. This predates me, but for those who are around in the early 70s, I take it there was some major flooding that affected Osoyoos Lake as well as the Similkameen Valley, which is not surprising. I believe Osoyoos Lake backs up into the Similkameen. And as a result of that flooding, the board the following year, so 1973, introduced the first flood control regulations into the zoning bylaws, and that was again in Area A and Area H. And then the board did a comprehensive floodplain review about 10 years later and introduced floodplain regs into all the electoral area zoning bylaws in 1982. And in doing that, again, a lot of this predates my time, but my understanding is that the regional district has historically relied on floodplain maps that were prepared by the province. And those floodplain maps have historically established a flood construction level of 280.7 meters for Osoyoos Lake. And the mapping that we currently use in the zoning bylaw was generated in 1992. And again, it uses that 280.7 level for floodplain. And just as an aside, this is the same mapping that's generally been used by the town of Osoyoos as well. Now, more recently, as the board will recall, 2018, there was significant flooding, impacted areas up and down the valley. But I'm using this slide because for Osoyoos, it threatened their infrastructure. People were pumping water from their basements. That also have potentially affected the town sewer system. So there was a concern about future flooding and what that might mean. The town undertook a flood mitigation plan that was prepared by True Consulting. True came back with some recommendations, specifically update the town zoning bylaw to include revised setback, consider wave action measures, but importantly for the discussion today, to also look at increasing the flood construction levels for the lake where it's within the town's boundaries. And in doing so, True had relied on Okanagan Basin Water Board mapping that was prepared in 2019 after the 2018 flooding. And this mapping established a new construction level for Osoyoos Lake. It increased from it was recommended that it be increased from 280.7 to 280.8 meters GSC datum. So I understand it's about a 4-inch increase. And so recently, the town has amended its zoning bylaw. It's adopted the 280.8 level. So as you can see, that's kind of put us out of sync. So we have a shared body of water where there's jurisdiction between the town of Osoyoos, obviously the RDOS through electoral area A. And we also recognize too that the Osoyoos Indian Band and then Oroville down below the border have jurisdiction as well. But for our purposes, we feel there's a benefit to being consistent in terms of how we deal with flood construction on the lake, recognizing that there's people who probably own property within the town as well as within the rural area. And obviously there's going to be developers or builders who are doing projects in both. And so as a matter of consistency, we think there's a benefit to having the same number. And as we understand the change, it's just based on the fact that there's much more modern mapping tools available, which is the LiDAR sensing. And so having used that, that's where the increase in 4 inches came from. So it is being proposed that amendments be made to the zoning bylaw to reflect that 4-inch increase. That would require some textual amendments as well as new mapping be created. And so yeah, we're basically seeking board direction on how you wish to proceed in this. We're recommending that the changes be initiated, but obviously the alternative would be the status quo and it will be maintain the existing 280.7 GSC data. And that's it for my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, any questions from anybody on this? Director Federico?
Thank you, through Chair. Are there any houses that would be impacted by this? I imagine there's not too many houses down there built right by the water.
Staff?
So through the chair, so we haven't done any work on that in relation to the rural area yet because we don't want to spend time on this if the board doesn't want to initiate the project. But in the context of what the work that we helped the town of Osoyoos with, no new parcels were affected by the increase in floodplain within the town's boundaries. Granted, yes, new development's going to have to comply with that additional 4-inch requirement, but no new parcels were affected. So we're hopeful that that would apply equally in the rural area, but until we get a green light to do more work on this and prepare mapping, we don't know. But we can certainly report back if this is initiated.
Oh, I can pretty much guarantee there'll be some, specifically the stuff at Willow Beach would probably fall under that and may be affected, but Director Monteith?
Thank you. Through the chair, is it already included in our work plan for this year with staff hours being allocated to this, or is this adding to it?
Go to staff on it, but I think it's not. It's probably
through the
or
this would be, well, we see it as operational because it affects our processing of building permits and doing zone checks in relation to those. And so it's a matter of consistency, but no, it's not on the strategic work plan for this year.
It would it need to be added is the question.
And do we have capacity is the other question.
Core work, right? So Chair, it's considered part of operational core work.
Okay, so it wouldn't need to be added to the
It wouldn't need to
work
be
plan.
added, no, to be clear.
Okay, Director Taylor?
I'm missing something in the process. I would have seen you to make some kind of an assessment of how many properties are impacted before we do the amendment. But I heard you say you're doing
Your
that
mic up a little higher. Some are having trouble hearing you.
But I heard you say you're doing that after the amendment.
Staff?
So through the chair, so if we get the green light and this is initiated, then we'll have to get mapping prepared. And so when we get the mapping prepared, then we'll have a better sense as to if any new parcels are being included in the floodplain as a result. We don't want to spend time and resources on that yet if the board's not of a desire to change the elevation. So, well, I mean, we would certainly report back to the board on that at first reading. So you would have a chance to review it at that stage.
Okay. By the word new parcels, you're meaning existing parcels that have no construction on them. Is that what you're saying when you say new, or what do you mean by that?
Well, so so through the chair, so what we're referring to is that if the elevation is raised and in raising it, it stretches back further inland. When it goes further inland, is it affecting parcels that are not previously or currently within the floodplain because it's at 280.7? But if we move it to 280.8, are we then bringing them into the floodplain?
Okay, so there would be new parcels added into the floodplain. Okay, now I understand what you're saying. Okay. Well, I kind of think personally that we should probably keep it consistent. And I even see a potential liability if we don't. If they built to the old and then they flooded, you'd be going, we should have been aware of that. So I would think it should probably be looked at or initiated anyway, and let us know if it affects other properties. So someone prepared to move? Thank you. Seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Thanks. Any opposed? Motion carries. And next one is secondary suites. Over to the CAO first.
Thank you. The purpose of this report is to seek direction from the board regarding proposed amendments to the regulatory secondary suite in the Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw 2800/2022, with the recommended motion being that the Okanagan Valley zoning amendment bylaw 2800.59 be initiated. There is a PowerPoint presentation. Staff's here to answer questions.
Back over to Chris.
Great, thank you. So through the chair, yes, this is a proposed review of the regulations in the zoning bylaw that apply to secondary suites. And as you can see on the cover slide here, this falls under the board's project for 2025 entitled Optimize the Development Approval Process. And so I've got some slides that speak to this. And again, just to clarify, so we did come to the board at Planning and Development Committee in August because it wasn't clear to us what exactly the scope of the Optimized Development Approval Process project was. And so we did receive direction from the board in relation to that. There was 400 hours assigned to this project, and I think we had 3 options that could be considered, one of which was review residential zone regulations. Even reviewing residential zone regulations is a potentially large project. So at this point, we were looking at breaking it up into some subcomponents, one of which was secondary suites. And because we'd previously done a lot of work on secondary suites in relation to the small-scale multi-unit housing amendments, we thought that would be a good one to come forward. It's also what we see as a regional issue. All the electoral areas allow for secondary suites. They're all pretty consistent because of previous building code requirements in relation to secondary suites. And so for us, we felt this was an easy one to start with in terms of the residential zone review. So I'll just go into some background context here for the board. So our zoning bylaws currently are generally based on what was in the BC Building Code prior to 2019. The province enacted some major amendments in 2019 to the code that removed floor area restrictions and also opened up the range of dwelling types that secondary suites could be permitted in. And again, as with a lot that's been coming out of the province in the last few years, this was designed to try to encourage and facilitate housing supply across the province. And at that time, following the 2019 amendments, the only real change that the board took on was to increase the floor area size. So it had previously been 90 square meters or 40% of the maximum floor area of the principal dwelling. That was streamlined, and a new 125 square meter floor variance was permitted in 2021. But we're seeking direction from the board as to whether they wish to adhere to that 125 or to make further changes. We did have direction from the board in 2023 to consider removing the floor area restriction. That got wrapped up into the small scale multi-unit housing amendments. But then when the board didn't proceed with those amendments, removing that floor area restriction fell to the wayside. So we're bringing it back now for consideration to see if there's still any desire to look at doing that. We think there's a lot of benefit to it, certainly in terms of providing flexibility in the residential zones and potentially encouraging suites to be constructed. The other aspect of that secondary suite change we want to revisit with the board is the density restrictions as well. Now, I mean, we're all familiar that for parcels less than 1 hectare, OBWB grant funding requires connection to a community sewer service. However, for parcels above 1 hectare, secondary suites can happen along with accessory dwellings on septic systems. So there's an existing zoning restriction that limits on the rural parcels either a secondary suite or an accessory dwelling. So again, we'd previously discussed this with the board in 2023. We thought we had direction to go forward with it. It got wrapped up into the small scale multi-unit housing. When that didn't proceed, this fell by the wayside as well, but it essentially was proposing for the small holdings, large holdings, ag, and resource area zones that secondary suites don't be counted against the density restrictions in those zones. And this would be a way to try to facilitate their development. So at a staff level, we still feel that there's a lot of benefit to that proposal, and we're hopeful that the board's agreeable to that. And so we would propose on those larger rural parcels that suites don't count against the accessory dwelling limitations. And again, just for clarity, accessory dwellings are apportioned out on a 4-hectare basis. So 4 to 8 hectares, you get 1 accessory dwelling. 8 to 12, you get 2. 12 to 16 hectares, you get 3, and anything above 16, you get 4. Suites wouldn't count against that under this proposal. And then finally, just a couple of slides on dwelling types. So again, at the moment, the zoning bylaw reflects the old BC building code requirements and only allows for suites and single detached dwellings. But the province is looking or has allowed for flexibility in relation to that. And so again, we think there's benefit to allowing at this time suites and duplexes. Recognizing that duplexes generally only happen, I think, in OK Falls, Apex. There's a few duplex zones in Naramata. I think a couple in Area C from the 70s. So generally where you do find servicing, and that this is again a way to potentially allow for more housing types to be considered in some of these growth areas where we have servicing. So we feel there's a benefit to that, and we'll hopefully that the board agrees. And I think that's it for my presentation. The amendments are all contained within the amendment bylaw that was included with your staff report, and we're happy to answer any questions that the board may have and go from there.
Okay, questions or thoughts on this? Director Federico, you want to start?
Yeah, I was going to move that because I think we should do away with the restrictions on this. The larger parcels should have more than one. They have the space and the ability to do it. And we need other options for attainable spaces to live. So I'll move the staff recommendation.
Moved and seconded. Discussion or still questions? Director Monteith.
I'm looking to Director Gettins to figure out how this fits into our motion about suites.
I'm not sure which motion you're or talking
What-
about,
yeah.
or is it what's in?
It's not a motion, it's one of our requests to have secondary suites discussed.
So it's in the
yeah.
strategic plan.
Yeah, but I'll defer to staff to answer the question. Yeah.
Okay. It might take care of that.
Sorry, can we just get clarification on what motion?
It wasn't
Sorry.
a motion. I think it's in the strategic plan. There was a portion, something about review the secondary suite rules or something to that effect.
Well, so we are aware of the request in relation to West Bench to bring forward options for consideration of suites in that community. We had the direction from the board from last August in relation to the quote unquote residential zone review as part of the development approval optimization, but I'm not sure what the other request was.
Go ahead, Director Monteith. Yeah, I do recall that she said you wanted to have it be part of that review or something. So whether that happened.
So I guess from staff's perspective area, I already allows for secondary suites in almost all your zones. So what was the nature of the request?
Thank you. So we've had applications come to the board that have been controversial because they've had the kitchen in the secondary suite, and it was we actually had a few that I had to debate out because we weren't allowed to have them because there was something about building code that wasn't allowing them.
Okay, so through the chair, so my understanding that's unrelated to zoning and land use. That's more of a building code issue, and whether the board chooses to enforce against illegal suites. I don't see that as related to this topic today.
So how is it an illegal suite if we're looking at making them legal?
Well, no, I understood your request to relate to illegal suites that never properly permitted. Your zoning bylaw otherwise allows suites in all your zones, so there's not really an issue there from planning's perspective. It might be more of a building and bylaw enforcement issue in relation to the code. I don't know. It wasn't a scoped project that I understood very well, so.
Yeah. Go ahead, Director Gettins.
And mine's different because we have a high hazard land designation. So I wanted, one of the things that's in the strategic planning, which is different from this, is to how, if there's a way to allow suites within the existing footprint that doesn't increase densification, but allows people to use their homes as they become empty nesters and that kind of thing. So it's probably too different from what you're looking for.
Yeah, this wouldn't take care of your issue at all. And it probably wouldn't apply in Area F at this stage. Is this being proposed to apply there, or is it?
No.
No?
So Area F, or the Greater West Bench community has separate zones. And this kind of gets back to that discussion about site specifics. Like in the context of West Bench, we introduced a specific zone that restricts, well, it doesn't restrict, but I mean, it reflects the fact that subdivision and secondary suites and accessory dwellings and density is generally not encouraged because of the high geotechnical hazards associated with that location. So.
Okay, so this isn't affecting them?
No.
Okay. Any further discussion or questions? I did have one thing that popped into my mind and now it went away there. But I'm supportive, I think, of hearing what or how this proceeds. We'll call the question if there's no other discussion. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next one is Okanagan Valley Official Community Plan. Over to the CAO.
Thank you. The purpose of this report is to outline options for the proposed revision to the draft Okanagan Valley Official Community Plan bylaw / OCP. The recommended motion is that the Okanagan Valley Official Community Plan bylaw be initiated in part on the ongoing regional growth bylaw review, and that the following items be considered inclusion to the 2027 Strategic Priority Work Plan, Conservation Area Zone Review, Naramata Village Center Zone Review, Okanagan Falls Development Permit Review, Local Area Policy Review. Chris, is that 27 or 26? Okay, 27 work plan. There is a PowerPoint presentation and staff's here to answer questions.
Okay, over to Chris or Ben, whomever's leading this one.
Thank you, Chair. Chris has a detailed presentation he's going to walk you through, but I just wanted to provide a brief couple introductory comments. So our goal for today is to have a frank conversation on the single OCP approach for the Okanagan Valley and hopefully ultimately get formal direction from the board. The project goes back as far as 2022 and maybe even before that, but in 2022 there was a resolution from the board to undertake the single OCP as a strategic priority. Of course, in more recent discussions with the board in 2025, we recognize and appreciate that there's some concerns around the uniqueness of some of the communities and that being lost. So we believe that Chris, through the presentation, can show how we can address that, and he's going to highlight the efficiencies of picking the single OCP approach. But ultimately, of course, again, I just want to reiterate that we're here to receive direction from the board. So let's have that conversation. If the board supports it moving forward in that approach, that's great. If the board doesn't, that's also okay, and anything in between. We're here to receive direction from the board, but the key being we're really hoping we can get that formal direction so that we can then plan out the next steps from today.
Okay, so over to the presenter.
Great, thank you. So through the chair and further to the CAO and Alan's comments, so this is in relation to the proposed Okanagan Valley OCP bylaw. I've got a fair few number of slides, so I'll try to be as efficient as I can, given this is the spirit of this whole discussion. As I'm prone to do, I'll always start with the background slide, just outlining the statutory authority. So of course, as with almost everything that we do in planning, it's under the Local Government Act. And there is a section of the Act, and it does set out that a board can adopt one or more OCPs as it see fits. And the second dot point is just a reminder that, having adopted or enacted an OCP, every other bylaw that a regional district adopts or the board adopts must be consistent with that OCP. And so historically, the board has approached this statutory authority by adopting OCP bylaws that reflect electoral area boundaries. It doesn't have to be that way. It can be one OCP for the whole RD. It can be one OCP for a subregion. It can even be an OCP for a subregion of an electoral area. There's a lot of variety or, I guess, discretion under that legislative authority for the board. But we have historically had 6 OCPs for the Okanagan Valley electoral areas. Now, you've seen this slide before, and it just basically shows kind of the hierarchy of the land use bylaws. So at the top is always the regional growth strategy. Having adopted one of those, the board has to make sure that its OCPs are consistent with the RGS. And you go down from there, zoning has to be consistent with OCP. Subdivision servicing usually supports your zoning, and then you get the building bylaw down at the bottom. At right, you can see that we have basically one OCP for each of these, OCP, one bylaw for each of these authorities. The exception is OCPs, where we have 6. And so, of course, with this whole project, we're proposing to rationalize those and go down to 1 for a variety of reasons, which we've covered with you before, but I'll touch on briefly today again. So first of those, which I think is probably one of the more germane ones, because we have so many OCPs, and I'm referring to 8 now because, of course, we also have the 2 in the Similkameen we have to maintain. We do tend to get a long review period in between these documents being adopted by the board. It's about 18 to 22 years, best case scenario, but sometimes it can get extended longer than that. And I would use the example of Area C at the moment. Its current OCP was initiated in 2000, adopted in 2022, and potentially not going to be looked at if the single OCP doesn't go forward until 2028, 2029. So quarter of a century between reviews. Also, the cost of the regional district of maintaining up to 8 OCPs over that 20-year cycle is about $1 million when you factor in the consultancy rates, and also wages and other costs associated with reviewing these bylaws. And we've also highlighted for the board too that in the past, it's our estimation that there's significant overlap between the electoral area OCPs, which isn't surprising because a lot of the policies that you have as a board are regional and cut across electoral area boundaries and are not specific to communities. So a lot of OCPs, a lot of costs with maintaining those, a lot of duplication and overlap between those existing OCPs, and we feel that there's a better way to go here, which is to try to reduce the overall numbers. Again, I know I've touched on some of this already, but again, you can see it just from even the 2026 strategic priorities that the board has. Planning is oversubscribed, and I think we're pushing 10%. But we would argue even that's a misleading number because it doesn't account for the projects that were pushed over into 2027. And when those are accounted for, the hours that are assigned to planning are substantially beyond what we have in terms of available staff resources. And by maintaining 8 OCPs in this OCP review schedule, you are losing one of your planner 2s to these projects on a continuous basis, which reduces our capacity as a department to respond to other projects and priorities that the board has identified. And so we feel that there's, again, a strong benefit to reducing these OCPs so that we're not constantly having to review them and taking resources away from other priorities that the board has identified. So again, just a reminder, and as Alan indicated, that yes, there was a resolution from the board in 2022, the current board, to look at preparing a consolidated OCP, and that be put forward as a 2023 project. I do want to touch on why there has been a delay between that direction from late 2022 and the 2023 strategic plan. And it's a reflection of some of the major legislative changes that came down from the provincial government in late 2023 as we were working on drafting the single OCP, and that was the small scale multi-unit housing. And then for us here as well, the short-term rental accommodation, which was basically affecting the board's request for a vacation rental review and then also having to do business licensing. Those are 2 major projects that basically took up a lot of our time in 2024 and into 2025. So we weren't able to get really into the drafting of the single OCP until earlier last year. And we were able to provide a draft to the board for your review in September. And I just wanted to reiterate here that as part of that preparation process, what we were doing at a staff level is looking at all of your existing OCPs and trying to bring those together into this single document and how best to present that. And so I'll touch on this in subsequent slides, but there is basically 2 components to this draft OCP. It's the regional part and then also the local part. And so we're trying to address what we see as the competing objectives that's always before the board, no matter what you're dealing with, the regional versus the local. And so the first part of the OCP attempts to tackle the regional perspective that you as a board have to contend with. And so there's the regional profile, regional climate change adaptation, regional growth management, the regional land use policies, and then regional permits. And by regional permits, I'm referring to development permits and temporary use permits. And so I've just drawn out an example here, and it's a recent one that's hopefully still fresh in your minds. So again, with the provincial changes that came down, local governments are required to do the housing needs assessments now. And so that was completed in early 2024, and we have to take those into consideration when drafting OCPs. And for us at the staff level, to us, that's a true or pure regional policy. Housing is something that affects all aspects of the valley, not just the rural areas, but also the member municipalities as well. And that an objective of that housing needs assessment was to speak to addressing housing and homelessness on a regional scale or a regional basis. And so that's an example of some of the regional policies that you as a board have. But there is also the second part of the draft OCP, and that's focused on the local areas. And so we recognize that the South Okanagan comprises a variety of distinct communities, and that yes, these communities have a lot in common, but they are also unique. And so we've tried to capture that with these local area policies. A lot of your existing OCPs already have these local area sections. So we've drawn those together, made them more clear in this draft OCP. There are a couple of new additions. Yes, there's 22 listed communities. Again, because Area C is one of our older bylaws, it gave short shrift to Willowbrook and Fairview, so we've added those to the list. But the draft OCP attempts to capture these communities. It maps them. It provides specific policies that we think address those communities' needs and desires. And it sets that out all in the second part of the document. And again, I apologize, this is a very text-heavy slide, but it just speaks to the 22 communities that we've tried to capture. The asterisks is for Naramata and OK Falls reflect that there's sub-regional policies for those, which I'll touch on in a second just to provide a better explanation. So I picked Kilpoola Spotted Lake as the first representative example of a local area because it is one of the more rural ones. So you can see here that, there are strong policy, even though it is rural, there are very strong policy considerations in relation to Spotted Lake. We have the community mapped. As with all the local areas, we've provided what we think is a very detailed description of that community. And then we have policies that speak to some of the important considerations in that community, and obviously in Kilpoola Spotted Lake, it's protection of the lake and also concerns that community has around access to water and what future development may mean for that access to water and basically discouraging it. So a very rural example that we think we've been able to accommodate through a local area policy. And on the other side, then we have OK Falls, which, is our only primary growth area under the RGS in the rural areas. It's a mixed-use community. It's one of our few that has water and sewer, industrial, town center, commercial. There's a lot going on in OK Falls. We've been able to capture that one as well. And you can see here when I was referring to the asterisks and the sub-regions within some of these local areas. So within OK Falls, we've been able to capture the residential, the town center, and then also the industrial area. We have policies for each of these. We have descriptions that outline the board's interests in each of these sub-areas within OK Falls. And we think that this has adequately been captured by local areas policies. And again, I don't mean to belabor this, but just again, the benefits of this, we would be able to move away from the current OCP review schedule, free up staff time and resources to focus on other board priorities. We also think this approach is beneficial going forward because it would allow the board to do targeted reviews of the OCP, whether it's a regional section or a local area section. And the board can choose at its pleasure through strategic planning when and what those might be. This would remove the need for the comprehensive reviews that we've been doing for the last 10 to 15 years. And again, it would represent a significant staff and financial resource savings over the 20-year review cycle of the current OCPs. Now I've added a couple slides here at the end of this particular section of the presentation just to flag for the board some things that are going on with this project as well. So further to our previous discussion on secondary suites, In relation to the optimized development approval process project that was on the 2025 plan, the board did give us direction in August to have that look at development permit area designations. And so we have done that. And the draft OCP before you has incorporated our review of those DP areas. So in the context of some of the form and character ones, proposing that those be deleted, we previously flagged the OK Falls multifamily, the protection of farming in Area C. And we've also done a preliminary review of ESDP designations based on development patterns that have occurred more recently and potentially remove some environmental values. So that's all been incorporated into this draft. And then the other thing we want to flag too, and again, when we embarked on this project in 2022, OK Falls Incorporation wasn't really on our radar at that time, but because of the time lags associated with the provincial legislation and whatnot, we are now creeping up close on OK Falls Incorporation. And so we're exploring what that might mean for this bylaw. And what I mean by that is, preparing a bylaw that is potentially going to have to be amended within months of adoption because of incorporation, which we know is happening. And given that we know that, how can we address that? So if we get the green light and this project is initiated today to go next steps, we're going to try to flesh some of that out and come back to the board with options on how we deal with OK Falls. Now, I'm just going to start or transition now into the board consideration of this project. So as you're aware, this was presented to you in September at P&D. The board deferred consideration at that time and asked for workshops to be scheduled. So in an attempt to try to accommodate that, we did ask the board or the area directors for feedback. That feedback came in. We did make some minor revisions. We also suggested some strategic projects that might better address that feedback, and also that some of that feedback might be better addressed through the RGS review. That was considered by the board in an October 16th workshop at P&D. I think this reflects the recommendation that was put to you at that time by staff. As I recall, the board deferred and wanted a further workshop. My understanding is essentially that's what today is, a chance to review the feedback that was received, the draft bylaw itself. Now I'm transitioning again here quickly, depending on what happens today. If we get a green light at a staff level to proceed with initiation, we're going to do so on the basis of the board's policy in relation to OCP consultation. And so we would go out, consult with adjacent regional districts, municipalities, First Nations, provincial agency, community groups and residents, as well as federal agencies. And similar to the direction we received recently in relation to the RGS amendment bylaw, undertake that consultation, collect it all together, and then come back to the board and present it and seek further direction from you as to how you wish to proceed with it based on what you've heard from everybody that's listed here. Now, I might get some direction from Tracy or Ms. Batten on this one, but the previous staff recommendation had been to initiate this as part of the ongoing RGS review, and that these items be considered as separate projects listed out. That obviously there's always alternatives for the board. Whoops. But I think there's a standing motion that needs to be addressed, which I'll pass over to Tracy to speak to.
Okay. Ms. Batten?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is one of these kind of strange things because the resolution that Mr. Garish is speaking about came out of the Planning and Development Committee meeting, which was a different group of the board. And so at that time, it had been moved and seconded that the plan not be initiated, but then there was a further motion saying not to vote on the not initiation until after a workshop had been held. So I'm in a bit of not really sure how to handle this because it was a different group, which is different from the 9 electoral area directors that are sitting here. I don't believe that there'll be a problem if this group wants to change their mind. If I have an orphan resolution here, I will just have to deal with that in some manner. But I believe that if this group would like to deal with this either in the same manner, not to initiate, or if they would like to change their minds and move this forward, I think it's okay to do that because this was a different group of directors.
Okay, so we're not obligated to any specific direction at this stage.
Yeah, so what had happened, just to repeat, is that a motion that was moved and seconded that the Okanagan Valley official community plan bylaw not be initiated, but then there was a further deferral until after a workshop.
Okay. Okay, so we've got, at this point, though, no motion on the floor. Director Taylor.
Are you looking for a motion initially, or do you want to have discussion first?
Discussion probably a little bit.
So
unless you're wanting to make the motion immediately, that can be done as well, so.
I'm in favor of the single OCP approach with a separate chapter for each area. I think we wind up with a document that has a hope of being revised on a, say, every 10-year basis, maybe less than that. The way it is right now, you're probably looking at 20 years on your life cycle for your document. So from my perspective, it's going to be way more relevant to the here and now. And I think there are consistencies that we should be looking for between areas. I think that'll make it easier for staff to work on. And lastly, I think we're going to gain resources in the form of staff and money, which we can really use elsewhere. And just a question to staff, I guess, if you've got a city like Vancouver, how many OCPs do they have?
Staff. Had me thinking, I don't know.
I'm hesitant to speak for any one particular municipality, but I suspect most municipalities you'll find will only have a single OCP.
Right.
Yeah.
So I know we see our places as being different, but I guess we get a separate chapter. We deal with the commonalities up front and in the end, and we wind up with, from my perspective, a way more nimble, relevant product for less money. So
Okay, any other questions or comments? I see a tentative hand from Director Federico, so I'm going to ask her.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I truthfully don't dislike the document. I've wrestled with this one for a little bit because Area E went through a very extensive OCP review not too long ago. And then to roll it into one document, I'm not opposed to hearing through consultation what happens with other agencies and specifically going out to community groups and residents. I know you've already received a few letters from a couple of my residents. I'd like to hear more thoughts from them. I appreciate that this is more of an internal planning document that you guys work with day in and day out. Most residents will look at it when they need to. Most don't understand it, and some don't even know what it is or that we have one. So for now, I'm happy with it going forward to hear what feedback we get.
Okay. Any other discussion or direction from the board? Oh, Director Gettens.
Thanks. Yeah, I think I'm happy with it as well. I do think you brought up a good point, Dr. Federico, about that citizen lens and how they navigate, our website and our bylaws and find the information that they want at one time. And maybe with the single document, that could be a bit helpful, because I know it can be a lot for citizens for sure. And I do think that there are, like you said, a lot of regional commonalities and some differences in between. I think, like, even with Area F, I think it's a really diverse area with lots of different special, unique rules for, a small number of places. So I'm good with it. I just think that if we're going to go down this path, then we just need to, let's like aim for like an 80% happiness. Like, we're not going to be able to get it all in one document, and just let staff be able to do the best they can with a realistic knowledge that it's not going to be 100% for everybody. But if we can get the big ideas and the laws down, the bylaws down for our citizens, I think that'd be really helpful. We spent a lot of time talking about it, and I think we need to really be committed to working with staff and getting this done, or we got to let them go and just get this off their plates and then get on to other things. So I'm willing to like work with staff and get it done. But if it's going to be something that we can't wrap our head around, I think now's the time to say, well, we're trying to figure out what we want to get done in this last year of our term.
Director Federico?
Thank you, through chair. If one area does not want to opt into this at this point in time and they want to maintain their own, is that an option that you would consolidate the rest of us who want in with an area that doesn't want in?
Over to staff.
Well, so through the chair, I mean, ultimately that's a decision at the board table. I mean, from staff's perspective, we favor the single OCP for the Okanagan, but if we get different direction from you as a board, then we will do what you ask.
Okay. Director Monteith?
Thank you through the chair. So I'm not in favor of going from a 164-page document that represents my communities, every part of my communities in the entire electoral area, to 2 pages. Like, there's so much content that's missed, that's removed, the history. There's just no way I can support it. It's way too much of a loss. And yes, there are similarities, but there's a lot of content in the OCP that identifies the character of the region. And I can't be a part of it. Like, I can't do it. So if you guys want to continue ahead, absolutely, I will support you, but Area I does not want to.
Okay. Direction? Director Taylor?
Question for staff.
Sure.
Are we saying we're going to summarize everything about our community that's different in 2 pages? Is there some limit on that? Like, I didn't see that anywhere. Okay, so if you need a lot of pages to describe yourself, you can take as many trees as you want.
Take as many trees. I don't know if I'd put it that way. Pages. Let's go with pages. Over to staff.
No, that's essentially correct. There's no limit on page count for the OCP, and if there's more information that's needed, I mean, we're happy to add it. We just need to know what's missing. So,
okay. Director Gettins.
So because if there's one director that can't do this, it's going to take us forever to get to nowhere, really. So my question is, does that help that you can add as much as you want with your approach to leaning into this project? And for the other directors that haven't spoken, and I'm just curious to hear about you, because I think we have spent a lot of time on this and we haven't gotten too far. So I just would like either the time or the direction.
Okay, well, I will speak to it from my point of view. I'm supportive of it, but I guess my only fear is the timing. If we drag this out too long, I really don't want it to start now and try to finish up with a new board, because that will delay us hugely. If we can get it done before a new board comes in, that's one thing. I wouldn't support it if it was going to be spanning 2 boards, because that's just not likely to have success. We'll have some wanting to bail at that time, and we wasted a bunch of time and effort. I'm supportive of it as it stands, but Director Chahal.
Yeah, I'm supportive of it as well. I think as long as we're not limited to what we can add into it, it works for our area.
Okay. So a direction.
Can I just ask on that timing piece? Just, if you don't mind, just
Sure.
given that the election's in October, so let's just say we get this back. Like, can we do this in 6 months? Like, is that a reasonable request?
Over to Chris. Maybe it's the others that got to do the work, or a good portion of this is already done, is it not?
so there is a draft bylaw, and I'm always hesitant to commit because I mean, obviously the consultation part is going to be a large part of this, and we don't know what kind of feedback we're going to receive. And based on that feedback, what changes the board may ask us to do. But best case scenario from our perspective, if we can meet all of our timelines, we do believe that we can get this done with a big asterisk on it before the election, but there's a lot of variables here. So
that's understandable. Director Taylor?
If we go this route, I'd like it to be a win, okay? And so I don't want to, yeah, I'd like it to be with them. Let's leave it that way. What I think would help us is if we get more check-ins. Because from my perspective, you get into the weeds and you see different ways and you make a decision and you get partway down one rabbit hole and the board decides, no, we didn't want to go down that rabbit hole and
We
want
want to go
another
down a
one.
different one, yeah.
And so I think kind of a trust rebuilding exercise, just let's communicate more frequently when we get to options.
So a direction? Someone prepared to move it? Move it with an amendment? Director Coyne?
Like, I'm really torn with this one, but I totally, I mean, because I'm not involved in that. But I totally understand Director Monteith's stance on this. She's got hugely different communities within her area, just like we do in Area H. And I've watched a couple of these OCPs go through, and it ends up taking a long time. And I think that you could very easily lose your identity as a community when you all jump into one big pool. So I know that Chris has got it laid out that there will be all these subsections or whatever in there, but I don't. There needs to be a way that that Area I doesn't have to be part of it if they don't want to be part of it, because this is, I mean, it's like the Similkameen. We're so vastly different than what goes on in the Okanagan. And part of Area I used to be part of Area G. So it is so different than Osoyoos or Oliver, for example. So I think it's really important that we leave an opportunity for, in particular, Area I. She's the one that's voiced her opinion to not be part of it, and I'd be 100% supportive of that. That just like we did with the other business licenses and whatnot, where you could either opt in or opt out, and I think that that's a critical thing that has to be part of this. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Thank you.
Okay, that was the reason I'd asked if there was a motion, maybe with an amendment. It could be a proceed with the excluding of Area I. It could be proceed with everybody, but that's a decision we make. So, Director Taylor.
Well, we're all speaking our mind here. I've got protected areas like Vassal Lake. I've got Area D has.
Yeah.
Protected areas like Vassal Lake. And we have industrial areas. I think that's probably the most diverse of any area, you know, and the only regional, what's it, primary growth area. So I feel I have as a polar set of extremes as anybody. And so, yeah, I'm going to be with you looking for assurance that my community's, multiple communities' needs are being addressed. And with that, I'm going to make a motion that we go with the administrative motion.
Okay, so you're moving that we move forward with the Okanagan, the 6 at this time, Okanagans.
And then I invite anyone to opt in
Amend
and
if,
route.
yeah, they can always amend that.
Yeah.
First, I got to ask if there's a seconder for that. Seconded, it's on the floor. So, Director Monteith?
And I'd like to amend to remove Area I.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Okay, so on the amendment, is there any discussion on the amendment? Director Taylor?
So, and again, this is just so we all understand how this process is going to work. So how do costs get allocated then? So as I see it, there'd be the cost of one that's going to be split across 5 areas, and then there's going to be the cost of another that's going to be borne by one.
Well, at this stage, it's all under planning, if I'm not mistaken, but I think the CAO is probably more qualified as the previous finance guru.
I just mean allocation to which areas.
It's all under planning, I think, but.
You think correct, it's under planning.
So it's for everybody.
Yes.
Everybody's paying,
Yes.
even B and G. They're not an H. They're not involved in this specifically, but everybody's paying into planning. So, Director Federico.
Thank you through the chair. So the staff recommendation says as part of the ongoing regional growth strategy, why are they linked? And can we have them not linked? Because I'm not happy with the RGS and I don't want them linked together if this is a completely separate document and a separate process.
Well, they are linked, but they're not linked in that fashion. Go ahead, staff, Chris, whoever's answering.
Well, I can take an initial stab at it. So through the chair, so I mean, what we're proposing is because the consultation requirements for the RGS are very similar to the consultation requirements for an OCP, we feel again that there's an efficiency and a benefit and financial savings to be done by piggybacking these two together and running them concurrently so that we're not having to do duplicate consultation processes. And I mean, really at this point, we just want to engage with the communities, get that feedback from agencies, residents, other municipalities, and then we're going to bring it all back to you. And so rather than doing that twice, we just do it together.
Oh, so it's consulting on both, but we would probably get the feedback for each separately here, so it doesn't run together. Okay. Director Federico?
Follow up to that. I don't like the regional growth strategy right now, so unless there's some changes there for Area E, I don't want to see that slow down the OCP conversation. So how do we not impact one over the other if we'd like a tighter timeline on the OCP, but the RGS, I'm not prepared to support that the way that it is now without stronger conversation around it. So I don't want to see that slow up this OCP process.
Chris?
Well, so again, it's up to you as a board, right? So I mean, we're just trying to get to the stage where we can engage with residents, agencies, municipalities, get that information and come back to you. And what you choose to do with that as a board is ultimately up to you. I mean, you can run this as fast as you want or as slow as you want.
Okay, well, just for clarity, we've already given approval for the regional growth strategy consultation. So that isn't going to slow up the OCP consultation. In fact, it might rush the OCP consultation. Separating that topics out is going to be a bit of staff labor involved to bring it back to us for the comments, but that's about the only delay potential I would see. CAO.
Staff has identified this as an efficiency. So it's something overall as an organization, it's going to be more efficient than separating them.
Okay. Question? Director Taylor?
Can staff just go back to the presentation and just put up that slide that says the age of our current OCPs?
It might take him a while to find that. He's got it off.
I won't hold my breath, but it'd be nice to have that.
Oh, he got it up quick. We'll see what page it's on. Chris might know.
Yeah, so I think the slide is going to show you when your OCP is next up for review, but I know all the dates of these.
Now the clicker isn't clicking.
No.
Wouldn't you know it?
I turn it off. No, it's still working. Trying to bounce it. Oh, there we go. Okay. Did I already skip it? Sorry, I went too fast there.
There. Yeah.
So, I mean, and this, and I appreciate I put these asterisks without explanation. I mean to talk to them when I'm presenting the slide, but that there's a formally adopted board OCP review schedule. This isn't it. This is an update of it, because I think the last time the board told us which OCPs to review is 2020, so 6 years ago. And of course, in the interim, we then got direction to do the single OCP, and then we got direction to do Area H ahead of Area C again. So we've tried to update this list to reflect the different directions from the board. But if the single OCP fails, this is what you're looking at the moment. But this is a highly idealized version of when these schedules can or might happen, because of course we have to take into consideration elections, which slow things down, emergency events, which in the past have derailed some of our OCP schedules. So this is idealized, but like this tells you, like Area E was adopted in 2024, I think. You're looking at 20 years before yours is looked at again, right? So.
Okay. Follow up to
No,
anything?
I mean, just looking at the disagreement we're having here, I think from my perspective, if we can't sort of come to an agreement here today, I'd honestly say we should kick this into the next term. I don't see us.
You mean
making
if all 6 can't stay in it?
Yeah, I guess I just really wonder, are we going to be able to see the consensus in having a current document quickly renewed? Are we going to see the value in that, or are we going to push for our individuality? So yeah, I'm increasingly starting to think we should just let this go for the next term.
Okay. So on the amendment, any further discussion before I call the question? And the amendment is to remove Area I, or to exclude Area I. I'm not sure how it's worded exactly, but remove Area I from the initiation of this OCP, single OCP. Oh, last comment.
Can I just ask you a question? Is there anything that would change your mind?
Go ahead.
There's so much content missing from the draft that yeah. If the draft is what's being proposed to go out to consultation, no way.
Okay. So on the amendment, I will call a question. All those in favor? Okay. Opposed? We have Directors Roberts. That's the only one who's raising their hand in opposition. So the others would have been in favor. So the motion does carry to remove Area I. Area I. So that motion carries. So now to the main motion, discussion.
Yep.
Chair-
I'm gonna
Director
just,
Getton?
yeah, I'm gonna second Director Taylor. I feel like we don't have a lot of time in this term. And if this is how long we've been talking about it, and maybe it's just something to bump to the next term as well. I think it's an all or nothing thing. The efficiency comes from us all being in one and then getting it done. And if we can't get to that place, and I respect that and I'm fine with it, then let the next term figure it out. I just think there's a lot that we want to get done and it's gonna go fast. So I don't think
Okay.
I'll support it.
So just so we all don't get confused on this, the motion that we're dealing with is to move forward with this. So if you don't think you want to, don't vote yes, you vote no. I'm going to call the question, or is there other discussion?
Can we just talk about this a little bit, and from staff, like, I mean, and ourselves, like, do we see that staff, do you really think we're gonna be able to get this done? Having heard the conversation today, Chair, CAO, do you really think we're gonna get this done?
I'll go to staff first.
Well, I mean, look, sorry, through the chair, from our perspective, the bylaw is drafted. It's there. I mean, we've asked what's missing from Area I. Like we took, as I tried to explain in the slides, I mean, we took your existing OCPs and put them together. We don't think we missed anything, really, at least of substance. And if there's something of substance missing, I mean, we're happy to address that and build it into the draft. And really, today's direction is to just go out and engage. And if we get feedback that we've missed stuff, we can build that back into the draft before you see it at first reading. So there's still opportunities, we feel, to address this. And we think we can get it done before the election, but we recognize that there's variables, right? So
And so your feeling is that whatever isn't in the
draft
site in the area specific component would be in the front piece or the tail piece.
through the chair, we feel what's in the current OCPs is reflected in the draft, and we feel there's still opportunities to build in anything that might be missing or that's flagged or that we're alerted to as part of the consultation process we're trying to initiate now.
Okay. Do other people have concerns about getting this done? Because I mean, the very worst place I can imagine is, as you've said, we get this, but then we hand off to a new board that's got, you know, four more.
Well, the challenge is
people
it's,
sitting at the table.
if it's newly elected people, getting them up to speed is a challenge. They may be supportive of it in the end, but it could be 6 months before you can move forward with something, so. Recognizing that we just voted to support removal of Area D, or I keep saying that, I gotta get this right, Area I. Are we going to move forward with this overall? I'm calling the question. All those in favor of moving forward? Okay, and those opposed? Was that a yay or a nay? Yay, okay, so I'm not seeing any hands up opposed, so it's moving forward. We all know where it's going and the how, so. I believe there's one more item on here. Yes, service establishment bylaw adjustments. I'll go to the CAO first.
Thank you, Chair. So when a new service is established for regional district, a service establishment bylaw is created. That bylaw requires from the province that a specific dollar amount be set. And that dollar amount is based on the original service level that was occurred, could be 2, 3, 10, 20 years ago. Also, besides the dollar amount, there's a amount that's fixed to the residential mill rate. So that original dollar amount very quickly becomes obsolete. Since I've been here, I've probably had a good half dozen new services that I tried to establish the original dollar amount at a realistic level. And the province has pushed back and say, no, it's got to be the first year. So one of the things that regional districts rely on is not just that dollar amount, because it quickly, because of inflation, et cetera, or service level creep, it comes obsolete and it's no longer used. We have to use the assessment. And when the assessments don't increase fast enough, we exceed the service establishment dollar limit. And in this case here, staff has recognized a number of those services, and this is what is required for us to amend the dollar limit, and then hopefully the assessment eventually catches up. One of the things about with this new committee, EA committee, there's a little issues in that sometimes we will add something on here that we will let you know, but we're not going to discuss it. 6 of the services that are on this list belong into the committee of the whole and eventually the board. But Wayne will be talking about that. I just wanted to discuss why this is coming to you, and it's at your option. Now, if you decide not to increase it, then the service level has to go drastically down, or we increase it. It doesn't mean that the budget will go to that amount. It just means that we have that wiggle room. And with that, I can move it over to staff, Chair.
The presentation?
No presentation, but staff's going to comment on this.
Okay, I'll let Wayne go first.
All right, so in the report, there is 3 options that directors and the board have. And that's for the service to remain in current parameters. And what that would mean is management would have to lower the cost, which may include decreasing the service level. The second option is increase the taxation limit 25% based on levels from 5 years ago. That does not require electoral assent. And the third option is to increase more than 25%, which requires electoral assent. Now, there's a couple services that will require over the 25%. And those are mainly street lighting services, which are operational costs controlled by a third party. So it's the Fortis utilities fees that have gone above the establishment limit. There's other ones like illegal dumping where that could be looked at by the manager to keep in the current limit, or it can be increased. Now, the proposed limit increases is based on the first reading 5-year budget and where that service was at the end of the 5 years. And that's what you would need to make sure that it's in limits for the 5-year plan. As Jim said, the first 6 of these include some municipalities, so we will need the director's support from them on what to do as well. The following ones were all electoral area specific. So the first one's illegal dumping. The second one's mosquito control. The third one's transit South Okanagan. So that one is a BC Transit budget. So I don't see any way around that one. Then you've got the Karamias Recreation Facility, Refuse Disposal Oliver, and Oliver Parks and Recreation. So those will require some municipal guidance as well. Then we've got community parks, which we've known about for a year now, for A and B. Then the Loose Bay Campground is approaching the limit. Then we have Transit Area D, street lighting, Okanagan Falls. We have the cemetery. We have the street lighting in Armada. We have the recreation in West Bench, which is right at the limit currently. Transit West Bench, street lighting West Bench, electrical system Schneider, which is Area G, Recreation Commission Tulameen, and Recreation Commission Kaleden. So those are the ones that we need to make decisions on. We'll need managing directors to answer any questions that the directors have on why or reasonings for them. I can speak on the transit and the electrical systems, just being that it's a third party, but internal stuff will have to be answered by the managing directors.
Okay. Questions? Director Federico start and then Monteith.
Thank you, the chair. I have 2 missing from the list. So one I had as a strategic priority, but then I just went through Mr. Hatch's one that did not end up as a strategic priority, but I had asked for a referendum for my Parks and Rec Commission to be increased. So it doesn't hit this realm right now, but if we're gonna if we don't have a choice to go to referendum for the Naramata street lighting, then I'll add my Parks and Rec to that referendum because I need that budget to go up. And then number 2 that's not on there is my tourism and community SBS. We raised it to the 25% last year, I want to say, and this year. So it didn't hit your threshold here because we're like just under it. I don't know if I want it to stay there for it to increase, but if we're going to referendum, I might slip that one in there too.
Okay. Director Taylor?
Sorry, my computer's died and I don't know how to work this one. So the 3 options are no change or up to 25% or more than 25% with a referendum. Okay, thank you.
Not necessarily a referendum. It could be an alternative approval process.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
some sort of electoral area consent.
Okay.
Continue on and then.
And then if you could just go back 1 slide.
The first page.
Right. And what happens if we stay at the current level for a year or 2, because transit takes forever to get a change, but we have a long-term plan to reduce service?
Putting Wayne on the spot, maybe the CAO.
It takes approximately,
2 years.
it takes approximately 1.5 to 2 years from the time you reduce the level to the time it actually happens. And that's not to point the finger that they're doing anything wrong, because they've made some commitments.
Yeah.
So if you don't increase it, then we're contrary to our service establishment bylaw, and it could be challenged.
We're already contrary.
So this is to correct what we now found.
Okay. Director Monteith?
The Clayton Park and Recreation, I am not going out to increase the bylaw again for the third time in my second term. It's just not happening. So we need to play within the budget. So yeah, remove that, please.
Okay. So that will mean a lowering in the budget there. Any other comments, questions, Director Gettens?
Yeah, I have a concern about the West Bench Transit because initially when we put this in, it was a trial. We were told it was going to be a pilot. There was never enough hours to go up to the top of the road. So they go halfway up the road. And we have been asking since the pilot was announced in Kelowna about the on-demand to try it here in West Bench. So I know I asked for that last term when BC Transit came. And then we asked for it again recently. And I know that's not the staff, this is a BC Transit. So if we increase the money by 220% and we go to a referendum, I think that's a significant increase if we're not going to increase any service. Like I don't know when BC Transit's going to fulfill what they intended this to be all along. So I have concerns over that one. And maybe I'll just stop there and then I'll talk about the next one. If we say, okay, BC Transit, let's increase the tax for the service, but you're not going to do anything you said you're going to do, I feel like that just sort of lets them off the hook at the cost of the citizens. So I would like some comments on that.
Through the chair, the Transit West Bench currently has a parcel tax. In 2025, it had a parcel tax of $39,000 to deliver the current standard of service. The bylaw limit is $16,250. So it's already exceeded twice to the current service level. So we're asking for this establishment bylaw to be increased to at least cover what the current service level is by BC Transit. We want more additional service or something on top of that, then it would have to be increased even more, or we would have to go to BC Transit and ask for a service decrease to the 16,000 level, which I'm assuming would be half of what the service level is currently.
Yeah, if I may, to the
Sure.
chair. Yeah, it didn't start off at this much. I think it started off around the 19,000 when it first came out, and it did just keep increasing with BC Transit. And every time they've come in, again, I know it's not a staff thing, we said this isn't working. You don't even go all the way up the hill. So we need to do an on-demand call or something. There's like everything that was promised hasn't been delivered. So I know what you're trying to do here, but my concern is if I say yes to this and we go out and ask citizens, especially if we do an APP, then we're just saying to be, here's some more money, BC Transit, but never mind the past conversations or how are you going to work with this community and make it useful? Because right now it's not a very useful service. And I think whenever we get the numbers, it'll demonstrate that. So that's my hesitancy about this. I would rather at least be able to say, no, I don't agree with it. And at least have BC Transit come to the table. Because that pilot has expanded in Kelowna and they didn't bring it down here like they said they would. So let's chat about it and what are we going to do with it? I just don't think it's fair for us to say, yes, go ahead and tax more. But even though we know the provider's not giving us any more service.
CAO?
So unless this board cancels that service, we're going to continue paying that $39,000 and contrary to the bylaw. If you're not happy with the service, we start public consultation to look at the possibility of eliminating the service. However, if that's not increased, this isn't one of the services where you can decrease the service level and the price goes down because this board has no control over the costs. So what we're trying to do is make sure that we're in compliance. So if you're not happy with the service, we can direct staff to start to eliminate it, which we just discussed will take anywhere from 12 to 18 months to eliminate it.
Well, we should probably start that discussion if BC Transit's going to not fulfill what they say they're going to do. And again, I recognize this is not like I understand what the staff need from us to get into compliance. I get that for sure. But as soon as, if we go to the citizens and ask about this, they're all gonna say no, because they didn't get anything that they said that they were gonna get. That's the problem.
Okay, still a CAO?
Just so I'm straight, are you making a motion to get staff to look at eliminating the service? Because that's something that we can do. However, we're stuck with the service until up to 18 months.
Okay, let's.
Director Monteith's dying to comment here, so I'm gonna let her go.
I've had the same situation in Caledon, and I cautioned you about starting the pilot when we talked about it. Caledon has been on call. We're getting like 11 riders a year for like 25,000. Like, it's ridiculous. Apex is paying for it. They don't even have service up to Apex. So if we're looking at taking West Bench out, Area I wants out too.
Different scenario.
But
Area
it's the same
I,
thing.
it isn't. It's in a regional service. She's in her own service. That's
I
the
get the regional
difference.
service then.
Everybody's got to let you out. It's a different scenario completely, but Director Taylor, and then we go back to this. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just on the transit side. I got a similar questions about our service in Okanagan Falls, the 2021, not the 4041. And I'm not looking to cancel or withdraw from the service, but I am wondering if you as our CAO are going to have any more sway than our managing director or the board or whatever, because is there some way we can come up with some kind of flexibility here? I just feel like we're bumping against a brick wall and paying 200 grand for 12 people to ride the bus.
CAO.
So in a different local government, I have been involved in direct. I have great staff. I will work with them and see where we can go. For Area D/future OK Falls, it's a little bit different because what's going to happen there is going to be Area D is going to have the same bus service we have now, but OK Falls is going to have their own. It's not going to be part of us. And right now, one of the things I'm intrigued in is we inherited this. OK Falls, Naramata, and now West Bench are sort of smushed together. And it's something that I'm very intrigued in how to take them apart and seeing how much the actual costs are. And I would challenge, I have challenged them and I have won. So I'll commit to looking at that, yes. However, Director, for the next 18 months, we're pretty well stuck with what we have.
We got to pay that amount, but I
Yes.
think she wants to send the message that she doesn't want to pay it any longer or
We'll
make
start-
some darn changes.
We'll start the process.
Yeah, just to be really clear, that's exactly right. Like, either deliver what you said, and I have to just say, I believe in public transport. I get it. I get the value. I love the whole bus to Kelowna. Like, I am in it. But BC Transit has just continually said, oh yeah, maybe, and they didn't do it. So yeah, take us out of it and come on back when you can get up the hill all the way. And if we have to do this to get the regional district into compliance, I respect that, and I get that. I'm not blaming you, but yeah, for clear direction, either pull at the service or deliver what you said you were going to deliver.
Okay. Is that what you need, or do you need a motion?
I've got what I want. In April, the chair and I are going to Victoria on CAO chair conference. I will make that priority so there's no extra cost to the organization and meet with them. Yes. And RED, everywhere.
Yeah. Director Gettins?
Yeah, just on a different topic then about the West Bench. Thank you for that, by the way. The West Bench recreation, and I wouldn't mind this coming back to the municipal, like when the municipal directors are here, because I do think the history of the recreation, I don't even know what it's called, the fee of recreation to the city of Penticton is a very interesting historical document, because it started back in 1979. It's supposed to only be for 25 years. The referendum question, the bylaw, somewhere back in the 70s that got changed over, and the 25-year cap was removed. Like, there's kind of some interesting historical context there. But I think some municipal directors who are interested in charging more for citizens that live outside of the city limits for the recreation should maybe also know before they make some of the ideas that they're trying to share. So I would like to have that discussion. I would say that I don't get any complaints from Greater West Bench about the recreation payment or whatever it's called to Penticton, but I think it's a worthy conversation just to hear some of that history, because I do think we have good partnership between Area F and the city, and I like that. But every election, this comes up about everybody living around Penticton and, you know, freeloading off of Penticton. And I think there's some counterbalance and partnerships there that I think would be worth discussing. And so with that, I'm not too concerned about that 25%. Oh, that wouldn't even go to referendum anyway. But anyway, I just think it's interesting to talk about.
Okay, Director Chahal?
Yeah, I had a question for staff. For all of our parks and rec, the current limit's at 1.7 and they want to take it to 2.1. That's like almost $400,000. What's the reasoning there? Like, where that proposed limit come from?
So the Oliver Parks and Recreation is comprised of the pool, the arena, the parks, the programs, and the hall. We set a contract with them in 2023 that set the bylaw limits. They are currently at the top for their expenses. So we would have to talk to our partnering organization with Oliver to see what that looks like.
CAO?
So we did, as the deputy stated, we contracted out the service to Oliver. And it's a committee that is represented by both the regional district, town of Oliver, and two other non-board members or council members. To me, it's something that we have to take a look at, because I'll call it scope service increase. So it just slowly increasing, expectations increase, cost increase. So I would suggest, Director, that we have a meeting with the town of Oliver and look at the service level, and then it wouldn't be the full 400,000 anymore.
The proposed limit increase, sorry.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, the proposed limit increase is based on the current first reading budget, looking at year 5. So if everything stayed the way that was proposed, year 5, you would need that much money to do all the services.
And in spite of that, though, the 2026 budget is over his current limit as it is.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Director Coyne.
Yeah, the Tulameen rec budget there for 190% increase. How do we make that one work, Wayne?
That one would have to go for a cent. That one hasn't been updated since 2010. Hopefully we're going to be more proactive going forward, where every year the ones that need to be increased will be brought to the board earlier at budget time, so that we can get the 25% increase without having to go for electoral approval. In this case, it's just been stagnant for so long and we just didn't catch it till now.
So what are we gonna do for budget for this year then, is what I'm getting at.
So for this year, we've used most of the reserve funds in order to keep it in the actual limits. Other ones like.
Go ahead, Director Coyne.
So there was a reserve there that we could pay that out of?
Yes, Tulameen had a reserve amount that we could use to lower the taxation. I believe we exhausted the reserve this year in order to get it in balance. The other ones that were out of balance were Community Parks A and B, and we used the recovery through rural projects, as it's the same taxpayer. And that's how we've recovered those ones until we can get the bylaw increased or the director decides to cut service.
A workaround.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I had Director Chahal and then.
So for this year's budget, if you used all the reserve money that they had, then next year's increase and then the years after, that's all gonna be taxation, right? Yeah.
Okay, Director Federico?
Thank you, the chair. For the ones for transit, are we proposing a new limit or just by assessed value? Because anticipate that that one will likely just continue to increase. And if we put a value limit on it, we're just gonna have to come back. So can that one be not open-ended, but it's based on assessed value?
Using both?
Through the chair, when we increase the limits, it increases to the assessed value of the current day. So any assessed value that increase over the next 5 years, your limits will also increase at that same level. So let's say we had $100,000 now, next year, you go up 5%. Now it's 105,000 for the service, 5%, 110 that we can actually tax. But if the service outpaces that, then we would have to go back for another bylaw adjustment.
I think she's asking for something different, but
Yeah.
go ahead.
Follow up. Thank you, the chair. Is there a way to eliminate that happening? Like, how do we, because we have other services that have like no limit or, they can just kind of keep going. Can we do that with these particular
No,
ones?
there's specific services in our rules, not ours, the provincial rules that we work under that say these ones you got to set a limit, these ones there's no limit, and that's one that's got a limit. So, CAO?
I did try to have the province change the rules where there is no dollar limit, but there is an assessment limit times the mill rate, and they outright said no, because that would have solved a lot of the problems.
Yeah, in the past, we used to do a dollar amount with a set mill rate per 1,000 or 100,000 or whatever it was. So as the assessment increased, your dollar value did as well. And that's where I thought she was going, not just limiting it to a dollar value, but what that dollar value equates to right now on the assessment as so many mills per 100,000. Keep that, and that will allow you to collect more money each year.
So through the chair, that is what we're asking, that there's a max dollar limit, which also equates
to the mill rate
per 100,000
Okay.
of assessed value. The issue is for instance, Tulameen Recreation was set in 2010. The rate of the service and the rate of inflation outpaced the way the assessed value rose in Area 8.
It does happen.
Yeah, and so that's why this one and that one in particular wasn't updated soon enough.
Yeah. And having said that, every 5 years, I think it is, you can increase for the 25% without having to get public assent. If you do that regularly, it's not as big of a hassle as going out for public assent. So just keep it in mind. I want to check with Director Coyne. I see a hand, or is that a leftover hand? Something new? No? Okay. Director Chahal?
Yeah, I just wanted some clarification. So for the Parks and Rec, if we set that tax limit at 2.1, that doesn't mean that we're going to use it. It's just essentially that we'll look at it every year still, Wayne? Like during budget time and...
That is correct. If the limit on the bylaw says 2.1 million, it doesn't mean that service has to spend up to 2.1 million. They can spend 1.5 and you're still okay. But once you hit up to the 2.1, then you have to decide whether you're going to cut service or if you're going to increase the limit.
But before that, on our yearly budget review, we could also look at it then too, right?
100%, yes.
Perfect, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Director Taylor?
Yeah, so I'm good with all three. I'm just asking what are the next steps on cemetery? I'm not good at, but I accept where we're going on my three. But what are the next steps for cemetery area D that's going to have 150% increase? How do we publicly handle that?
Miss Batten will answer that.
Okay, over to Miss Batten.
Yes, to the fun stuff. So we would have to draft a new bylaw, get 3 readings from the board, send it to the province. And then depending on what the increase is, we have limits to, there's up to a certain amount we can use an alternative approval process. And then if we can't use that, if it's too much, then we have to go to referendum. Sorry?
Does 150% increase qualify or 130% increase qualify for an AAP? Or
What it is, it's a rate per thousand. So depending on how big the area, like the assessed value is, I really hate to say this because I think please don't quote me on this. I think it's 50 cents per thousand. You can use up to 50 cents per thousand of an increase. You can use an AAP, but I could be wrong. So please, I'd have to go and check that.
Get back to us on those.
Yes, I will. So each one will have to be brought forward. The board will have to consider each one of them. It'll have to be given readings as an amended bylaw, and then we'll have to move forward. So at this point, we'll really have to look at the AEPs. We can probably proceed quite quickly with, but things like referendums, they take time. So.
Yes. CAO?
And if that time is after October 17th, the cemetery issue goes away because municipalities don't have this restriction. You can just tax what you wish.
so is there a way of just deferring this?
You may not have a choice because I don't know if it can be happening before October 17th.
Well, don't rush things.
Don't rush it. Well, when it comes, and if it comes to the board, just defer it until let the municipality deal with it. You're paying already, it's just you're not quite in compliance. You've probably got some workaround, so.
So we got 2 and we'll hold them.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands, or am I? We don't. It'll come back individually to a board meeting, maybe first to committee of the whole, I suspect, to involve some of the municipalities where we're in multi-level services here.
Yes, so from a staffing perspective, we'll have to just start working through the bylaws. We will probably not be able to bring these all back as one big group.
No.
We'll bring, of course, pick off the ones that are the 25% probably first, the ones that don't require any sort of assent, to get those through first. And then we'll move forward working through AEP possibilities or referendum possibilities. But these bylaws all have to go to the regular board meeting.
Yeah. We should probably have the discussion in the committee of the whole with some of these. Could we go back to the first page on that, Wayne? I know the director Monteith was worrying about the transit South Okanagan. I'd said it was a regional service. It's a sub-regional service and one that I'm in, and I feel exactly the same way you do. I don't even have a stop, not even an on-call stop. You at least have that. And I would suspect there's not a rider that deals and rides on that from my area. But I've always looked at it as the fee is reasonably low, but it's getting higher, and that's a bit concerning to me. And that the option is always there that they could use it. So I was never a big complainer about it, but with the way it's going up, I am starting to wonder about it. So I'm just letting you know you're not alone. And with a service like that, there's 3 participants, 3 rural areas, well, 5 participants. There's 3 rural, 2 municipal. It's a service that the participants would vote on, is it not? So at some point, we're going to have to make a decision whether we want to see the increased service or costs or change it back to where it was somehow. And that would be another headache through transit. I suspect this is their bill to us is at this now.
That's correct.
So it's going to be a future discussion, but you had a question or a comment? Go ahead.
Well, if you're curious about it, and Director Cahal, is there an option for him to join another service? Like if we dissolve this one, could he join a different service to continue his service of transit if he wanted to continue?
It's not so easy because this one's a specific route and it ties in Oliver Osuyas. I mean, it would be possible for, if they would let us out, for us to get out of it and the service could continue, but that would increase their costs astronomically. So they're not likely to let us out. That's the issue. I think CAO looks like he wants to put his hand up.
Well, you first have to create a service establishment bylaw. to change, because it changes?
It would need to be
If it-
changed,
Yes,
yes.
and then BC Transit will take a year to 18 months to do it if they even can.
Well, the only change would be is I don't have a stop, so there's no change for me. Hers is an on-call. There's no change for her really either. There just wouldn't be phone calls.
I was just talking about combining with another service.
Yeah, this wouldn't combine, I don't think.
no.
It would just be two areas coming out, but a higher cost for the others, so not likely to happen, but Director Taylor, and then Bush.
I'm just looking at that because we pay into two different bus services. So don't we pay into this one as well? I'm sure we're on the 4041.
I forget which number
And-
this one is, but you're not listed on this one. I
No.
think yours is,
So, but it's the bus route 4041 that is our second one, and it goes up Highway 97 and it stops at your place on call. So unless there's two of them.
I can't
So-
speak to the which
Yeah.
ones there are, but this one's always been on my radar, and with the increases constantly going up, it's kind of raising the red flag, so. Director Bush?
Yeah, you're saying you don't have a stop, but there's nothing stopping your residents from taking the bus from Vesuvius.
No, there's nothing, and
Yeah.
that's why I've always
So that's
supported
why you
it
pay
now,
it, yeah.
yeah.
Good.
That's the rationale, was it was an option for them, but I know nobody's using it.
Through the chair for Area D, you pay into regional transit and transit Area D. So that's your two services that you pay
And
through.
the regional transit is a bigger one than that route, okay. So it's not that one
I believe the
specifically,
regional transit goes from Vesuvius all the way to Penticton.
and on up to Kelowna.
Or, sorry, up to Kelowna.
Yes. This one's
Area-
mostly in, from here back to Vesuvius, well, Vesuvius up to here and back. But I can't, and it's only a certain number of days a week and all the rest of it. But we were increasing that run frequency, if I remember right, and that was part of the rationale for an increase. And I'm not sure it needs the increase, but that's something we're going to have out between the participants at some point. Anything further on this, Director Federico?
Thank you, the chair. Can we turn off some streetlights in Naramata to come within our compliant number of 12,000? Because I'm sure a few residents would appreciate a few less streetlights.
You'd have to be careful. It'd be the ones you turn off, they'll be wanting it, and the ones. I thought that exact same thought. Not so easy to do, though. That's strictly, the lighting is strictly Fortis's bill to us, is it not? There's. Yeah. Things like that, could they not be put on some kind of timer or something? Is that an option, or dusk to dawn, or just even dusk to midnight or something?
Well, through the chair, it's just the cost of the electricity to run the lights, which I'm sure they're not on all.
Well, they're not on
They're not on
24/7,
24
but
hours, but
maybe
it's
they
just-
only need to run 6 though, rather than 12.
That's how it's outpaced since 2006 to now. The cost of electricity has more than doubled since then. So that's why it doesn't fit in the bylaw anymore.
I get that, but the point is that if we keep paying the bill, they're not going to change it. But if you wanted to keep it within that cost, they might say, well, rather than take out 6 lights, we'll do this. Without asking, you get no change, so.
I was just going to state that, Chair, we'll ask. And to see if they can, if there's a cost associated with that, we'll be careful and.
Yeah,
we'll watch.
sometimes it's be careful what you wish for.
Yes,
but
okay.
If you don't ask, you
We'll
never
ask.
get nothing. So
I've got Mr. Koch here who's doing some other homework for us, so I'm sure he caught what we just said. Yes, I see that.
I see it more as maybe not ask about taking lights out, but putting them on timers. Maybe going to LEDs. Solar, it's another option, yeah. All kinds of them. Anything further? This one's okay. We'll see it in the future. I think that does bring us to the end of our deal. I do have one item that I just wanted to raise with the board. I'll first go to Ms. Batten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We were asking for a resolution so that the EA committee is directing staff to go ahead with these changes to.
You've got the ones that we wanted off at the moment?
Yeah, so if you just bear with me for a moment, what I've got is that the EA committee supports the proposed requisition limit amendments to the following bylaws for compliance with the financial plan. So I'm just going to read the bylaw numbers off. So it starts at bylaw 1339. And then I also have 1339. Oh, we've got two bylaws, the same number there. Oh, and 1192, is that what it is, Wayne, that you've got? What I've got in front of me is showing the same number for Community Parks A and Community Parks B.
Sorry.
Yeah, how come those bylaw numbers are the same?
I will look it up. 1 second.
Never noticed that.
So I have, for A, I've got 1339 1992.
Okay.
1992? So there's a typo on there?
Okay.
And then the other one I have, where is it? Sorry, where was it? And B, I have 2234 2003.
2234.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll continue on. So bylaw number 1339, bylaw 2234, bylaw 2757, bylaw 2654, bylaw 2979, bylaw 2981, bylaw 1618, bylaw 1800, bylaw 1440.01, bylaw 2556, bylaw 1097.02, bylaw 1951.01. We are removing 2914, and that the EA committee recommends forwarding the amendment bylaws to the RDOS Board of Directors for meeting for consideration.
Was there any others that people wanted off of there at this point? Director Federico?
Thank you. Is this the point where I add on the additional one that I would like brought forward that should have been in strategic priorities that I didn't see on the list but need move forward for my Parks and Rec Commission?
CAO?
Please and thank you.
We can add it on. I think there's some work that will need to be done to for background and stuff. These are just changes because of they're not meeting the requisition amounts. What you're asking for is to increase your service level.
Yeah, but if we're gonna go, because street lighting, again, if we're not allowed to remove lights to come into compliance, that one's gonna have to go to electoral assent. So just to not make more work, add it in with that one going in.
That if any of them need electoral area assent, they're probably second to be done, is what Ms. Batten had said. The first ones will be the 25%ers. So you'll have time to remind staff of those. Okay, unless somebody else needs one off there, you're wanting a motion then to support those? Going forward, moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Good. Any opposed? That's that. I just wanted to bring up one point, just as a point of discussion maybe, and it had to do with the floodplain elevations raising in Area A. Our current, it's just for information and maybe people want to consider it or not, but I think our current bylaws, the floor boards that people build on for their main portion of the house that's supposed to be the habitable portion has to be, the bottom of those boards has to be at that floodplain level. But we still allow basements. And the wording is that no electrical work can be put in that basement. But people finish the basement, do everything, and probably on the side, do their own electrical work in the basement. We don't know that for sure, but that happens, and then it floods, that's not covered by insurance, and it's a huge cost. I really question whether a regional district should even allow a basement. It should just maybe be a crawl space when you're in the flood zone or flood plain. So it's something that we may want to consider. It's no way that we can make it happen now, but I just throw it out there as a think about it, because the flooding is always been a big issue. And if we're allowing that, I'm not sure it's the brightest move for our part. So leave it there. Is there something else? One more? Go ahead. One more item. Utility billing frequency.
I've got the famous finance department here, awesome finance department here. They've got a presentation for you on the frequency. We originally looked at billing on a quarterly basis, but they come back with, I think, a more efficient way of doing billings, and they have a recommendation. Well,
Okay. So over to someone in that group.
So we don't have a presentation, but we did bring up the chart just for some reference. And I will say we have Debbie Clark with us. She is our utility billing expert, and she takes all the calls and sends out all the bills. So we brought her up with us to, she's got the firsthand knowledge of this too. So really, we're just bringing this forward because the board was promised that we were going to go to quarterly for all services. But there, more detailed review, we could see that there's some efficiencies to be had. Plus, I think some customers wouldn't appreciate getting 4 bills a year when they maybe only have one service. So as you can see on this chart, that's what we are, the proposed frequency is, instead of going quarterly for everything, we are going to a little bit of a revised schedule.
And this is just for information. So if you have any questions on it or thoughts, now would be the time to put them forward. Director Roberts?
It is splitting hair, not a big issue, but in Area G, we've got rural Karamias, Olalla, and Grand Oro Road. And I would suggest, just in regards to other services and things, which we do have a definite line now with our park contribution service, that is Headley. That's basically, I think it's around the 4300 block on Highway 3 to the end of Old Headley Road, which is part of Area G. It's almost like it's an area itself, because at the moment it's just lumped into rural Karamias, but that particular area has a potential of other services and things.
Okay, so it's covered as it sits, but
As rural Karamias.
yeah. Okay. Anything, Director Gettins?
Thanks. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly for Area F. So West Bench gets a quarterly water bill, and Curbside will also be quarterly for West Bench. And then Sage Mesa is going to get a semi-annual bill for Curbside. Is that what I'm reading that right? I think that might be, because Sage Mesa is a pretty big area all around West Bench. I'm just wondering if Curbside should be the same for both West Bench and Sage Mesa. I'm just worried, like your neighbor, like it's pretty close neighbor to neighbor. And I just think if somebody got a, twice a year bill, that'll be a different amount than what their neighbor could be paying for the same service. I'm just worried about the confusion of it. So I just think they should be aligned and maybe just do Sage Mesa quarterly for the Curbside as well. Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Go to Noel?
West Bench is already quarterly, and Sage Mesa has not gone to quarterly yet. They are just probably annual at this point, and they're annual at this point because we haven't made the move to quarterly. So we're sort of in this in-between portion where we were going to go to quarterly for everyone in 2026, but we've reviewed it and now we're suggesting a slight change. So Sage Mesa and West Bench are already on different frequencies.
Oh, great. Okay, perfect. Thanks.
So comparing bills now would be, and I think on the bill, it probably says this is a quarterly or whatever. Anything further, Director Federico?
Yes, thank you, the chair. Do we still send out paper copies of these to everybody, or there's some that have gone, are we electronic with any of these and we charge like $2 if you want paper? how are we distributing that amount of paper?
Over to Noel.
We don't charge anybody. We recommend as often, strongly encourage, as Debbie said, to have people switch over to e-billing. But not everyone wants that. So we do provide paper bills for those that still want paper.
Follow up or new question? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a comment I would say in there too. I appreciate we have Voyant alert that gets information out very quickly. But I think sometimes including information or newsletter or something in with our bills is great for our residents because then we know, well, we hope they're looking at these bills so we can give them more information on things that are going on. So if we are doing that, amazing. Let's keep doing that. If we're not, it's a great way to get more information out.
If we do that in the future, though, keep it short, because if it's too much read, people don't read it, and usually they don't remember it anyway. So, Noel?
We do that. Even the curbside calendar goes out with we combine them as much as we can.
Okay. And just so everybody's aware, when we were reviewing this in agenda review, I had wondered about, and I'll just use my area as an example, a semi-annual bill for just curbside. We're probably on the lower end of the fees on the curbside, and a lot of people would rather just pay it annually for a $200 bill. So there is that option always available. I'm just hoping that when the bill goes out, that is a note on there. If you want to pay this in one lump, this is the amount. If you want to semi-annual, this is the amount, and give them that option, just so they don't have to deal with it twice, as long as it's in the billing or the statement. Is that a possibility, or is that how it's done?
We can definitely add a note, and if anyone wants to pay early, if they normally would be semi-annual and they want to pay all at once on the first payment deadline, they definitely can.
It saves us the billing costs as well. So did I see another hand here, Director Monteith?
Yeah, I just want to share when our irrigation district went to the twice a year billing. It was the year that they had the most no pays because people didn't realize they had to pay the second time. So it was a huge communication gap. So that really has to be communicated really clear on the bill with a outstanding due on, like really bold, because there was a lot of late fees charged and it was really hard.
Yeah,
And
people
it
think
was
they've
actually
paid
about
it.
3 years before people got the hang of it. So just putting that as a big caution.
Director Taylor?
Just wondering on the utilities side, if people have actually been reading the little 2-pagers that communications people have been putting out. And maybe that's a place for this to go as a stuffer with the bill to explain to people that if you've got the semi-annual billing, you've actually got the option to just pay once. But you got to pay twice as much.
Did I see a hand, CAO? Comment?
No, after this, just got an email from the RCMP, the board might be interested.
Okay, we'll deal with it. I don't think there's any other hands on this, so thank you. Do you need anything further? As long as we're comfortable with it, you're comfortable with it? Okay. Thank you. And then over to the CAO.
RCMP just emailed that starting first quarter reports, they're going to start giving victim services stats. So that's
good.
Starting 2026, first quarter.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything else anybody wants to mention right now, or I will look for a motion to adjourn? I see a hand for a motion to adjourn. A seconder? Done. All in favor? Any opposed? Director Coyne had already logged off almost, so he's adjourned. And we are as well. Thank you, everybody. I'm thinking he's long gone, but didn't necessarily log off. He may have been walking around with his headphones on.